Hi everyone, welcome to another Atmos video. Back with Gabe. We're going to be doing the Rares and Mythics, so the fun part. We've ate our vegetables. Now it's time for dessert. We'll be talking about Limited primarily, but we will also obviously be mentioning other formats, primarily Commander. Gabe loves Commander, and I don't know enough about the other formats to really speak intelligently about them, but I might say if I think something's good in Modern or maybe Standard. We both might start playing Standard because, Gabe, you have a friend whose name is Kyle.
Kyle and I have been actually going to LGSs to play because I have someone to go with recently. Traditionally, I've always played with these idiots online, but it's been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to it. I've even I might do Modern too if it.
Modern ain't cheap, but let's bring back Standard. Let's bring Standard back to life on the back of
Either is
Bloomburrow.
Commander, not with our group.
Oh, who cares about Commander?
Yeah, so says the casual reserve list.
I'll tell you who does care about Commander, and that's the game designers, because there's Commander cards everywhere in every set.
Everywhere.
So anyway,
the limited cards.
Yeah, we'll be doing the typical A through F review skill. Mango was going to join us, but he's busy. Like I said, we've been sick and traveling and everything, and we've been playing Lorcana in the set championship, so we'll just get right into it. Kick us off, Gabe. Beza.
Yeah, so Beza the Bounding Spring. 2 and 2 white, so 4 for legendary elemental elk, and it's a 4/5. So when Beza the Bounding Spring enters the battlefield, create a treasure token if an opponent controls more lands than you. You gain 4 life if an opponent has more life than you. Create 2 1/1 blue fish creature tokens. They are untapped.
Weird.
If an opponent controls more creatures than you, draw a card. If an opponent has more cards in hand than you.
Sure.
So, I mean,
Yeah. In Limited, this just says, right, if no, mine.
They are ahead in any
Yours,
way.
Mine. I did this.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's the best if you're on the play, because then your opponent's basically guaranteed to have more cards than you, right? So then it's just a 4/5 for 4 that immediately cantrips, which is pretty outrageous.
In Standard, do you think this is good enough to just play 4 of?
Maybe.
Just ramp and play.
Maybe it just as like the high end. I mean, so I would think you're always, obviously the draw card is the most important thing, right? So if the drawing card is the most important thing, then you're like, this is the high end of like an aggro deck where maybe you're like trying to dump your hand. But if you're doing that, then the 2 fish are like basically never hitting, and the life is also probably never hitting, right? Because you're the aggressive deck. And the lands, I guess, maybe hit if you're playing against ramp or something. So I don't know. I don't think this is really that strong. Weirdly, I think we've seen things better than a 4/5 ETB draw a card for 4. You know, we've almost seen that at common. Here sometimes. So no, I actually don't think this is very strong in anything but Limited. Actually, but in Limited, I would agree.
It is very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a ton of value. It's just a ton of value.
I would almost be tempted to do like little to nothing before turn 4 if I have this, right?
Yeah.
Especially on the play.
This is in my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're like, oh, I took 3 damage, you know. So, oh, now I'm at 21, and I have 2 fish, and I have, you know, and I draw a card. You're not doing the treasure token thing if you play this on 4, but who cares about the treasure token? So, yeah, I think this is
really funny to bounce if you can.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Those bounce and blink, blink effectively.
This is ETV, so.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, this is like an A to an A minus, but I like this because this is like not unbeatable. It's like a stabilizer, right? It's not a win more.
Yeah.
It's not a win more. Aside from the draw card, but even then, it's not a win more card. So I like this. It's probably honestly even just an A minus. Because like sometimes it is just a 4/5 for 4, which is.
So, but to your point about just not doing anything if you have this in your hand, like, if you hit every single one of these just once, don't you win?
No.
Probably. Just so much value.
It's not that much value. I mean, it's a treasure
Unless you were
token.
absolutely getting blown out.
It's like a treasure token, 4 life and 2 fish. Like, that's not
You
just winning you the game.
and draw a card.
Oh, and drawing a card.
Possibly.
I guess you can't actually do nothing, because if you do nothing, then you're not hitting the draw card. Because your opponent probably is doing
Playing
stuff, which means they're
lands.
going to have less cards than you. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you
Yeah.
just play land pass, they're going to have less cards than you, so you're not going to get the draw card when you play it.
Yeah.
So no,
We'll see.
I think this is an A minus, maybe even a B plus. I'm talking myself down. So let's start controversial. Not the mythic I'm looking to open though.
No, it's not the strongest, but it's just
So
value.
what do you think? Are you just you said A to start? I'm down to a B plus.
It's an A minus. Like
Yeah,
I'm just
okay,
really
A
into
minus.
this.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
really into
fair,
this.
fair. It seems
Just
it's
so
a
much
calamity
value.
beast. It's the
It's Calamity Beast.
it's the night. It's the bountiful spring.
Maybe I'm
beast.
too hype over it, but
Yeah,
I love it.
We'll see. It's good. I'm probably just being overly down on it. Lacana tournament did not go well, but I'm gonna hype up now. Caretaker's Talent. 2 and a white. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this is a class, an enchantment class. So that's what we get immediately. White, as we've seen, really can shit out the tokens, especially bunnies, as we've seen here. And it's holding the hand of a bat. It's adorable. And then a little mouse is running out there. Okay.
They're having a delightful time.
So for only 1 white, very low upgrade cost, we get level 2, where you get a token that is a copy of target token you control, which will immediately trigger the first thing. So that's kind of cool, right? Because you can. So again, just to bring up, because it is relevant here, talking about limited, the 3-drop where you can pay 4 and make the offspring. Remember, like the pumping one, or was it a 4-drop where you can make it 5? I think it was a 3 that you could make a 4. In which case, that card is so good. Anyway, that one. If it is 3 that you can make 4 to make that one offspring, you play like this on 3, that on 4, draw a card, and then you just draw another card for 1 mana.
Yeah.
And get a token.
That'd be pretty nuts. Yeah.
And then obviously, the last level for 4, all tokens you control gain +2/+2. I mean, this is good.
Seems good.
This is good, but it is a 3 mana kind of do nothing. It is a 4 mana do something in its defense. Like, you immediately get another token, which is probably just a 1/1.
Which it's probably past turn 5 that you're doing the last part.
Yeah.
So like theoretically you could just play this for 3, play something good on 4, and then just do both on 5.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, do both on 5. Because again, if that common that I'm remembering, if that really is a 3 and then offspring of 1,
Yeah.
that's pretty wild. Because then you just this on 3, that on 4, draw a card, on 5, copy the 1/1. Now they're both 3/3s, and I draw another card. Okay, yeah.
Enjoy. Good luck.
Yeah. So this is like, I don't see you not playing this. This is probably like an
For sure.
A minus.
Is this an A possibly in a straight up like hard green rabbit deck? Like this is super OP if you have consistent rabbit green white offspring.
Yeah, I mean it's up. I think white's just going to make enough tokens where you're always playing this. That's my thought.
If you're dirtling and have a slow start and can't like hit this perfectly pie
And
thing, like
okay.
Anything you play after this is just.
To your point, it's definitely much better in green because again, notice it says tokens, not creature tokens. So this does it with food as well. So like we've seen just again that 2-drop common that just shits out of food. The rabbit it's a rabbit raccoon, isn't it? It's the duo.
There's also a ton of like not a ton. That's dramatic. There is seemingly pretty good like art or what is it? Mana fixing with artifacts. There were several artifacts.
It's okay, but you don't care about mana fixing with this. Why are you bringing up mana fixing?
Because I think this would be really cool in green, black, white.
Okay.
Like
sure.
And I'm saying like just splashing white because like there's plenty of ways
you're
to
not,
make
you're
offspring in the world.
I'm not splashing white. White makes more tokens than anything. Why are we splashing?
I agree, but but to your point about the green, like you're doubling all your food tokens. You're also getting plenty of squirrel offspring situations.
There's some black cards that make food, but like if anything, you're splashing black in it. But anyway, that's all inconsequential. You don't need 3 colors for this.
Yeah.
You don't
Well,
even need
no,
green for this.
I'm just saying, if you are in green black and I see one of these, I might still just try to play just this and hope I don't. Just to play this.
That's bold. I probably would not do that, but
Fair.
maybe. I mean, I don't think the fixing was that great. It's like, okay. There's not even fixing lands. Okay. There's not even dual lands. Aside from those 2 that are maybe...
random ones.
That are maybe in it.
No, there's other ways. We also haven't seen some of the lands. They're obviously rare lands, but there was several that tap for, like, you can...
There's 2.
Whatever the classic one that taps and you go get a basic.
There's 2.
Any color.
There was red-green ones that specifically make red and green. There was 2 of those.
There were 2 artifacts that tap for mana.
That's true. There was the artifacts that tap for mana.
There was a couple of treasures.
Anyway, I don't know what we're talking about mana fixing. I think in just white, this is like an A-. In white-green, this is like an A.
Yeah. Very good.
Very good.
Dawn's Truce. 1 and a white for an instant gift card. You and permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. If the gift was promised, permanents you control also gain destructible until end of turn. So this is good.
Hexproof, and then yeah, it's pretty good. It's a rare.
Too. It's not broken.
Yeah.
Also, gifting a card, like you'd have to be in a really winning position, and they had like board wipe that you didn't want them to use. Like, I don't feel like you're ever really trying to gift a card with this if you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, but yeah, it's specifically a board wipe, right? Because like hexproof is going to beat any other removal already.
Any targeted removals already.
Yeah. So it's just a board wipe, and at that point you're willing to give them a card. So yeah, I think this is good, but this is just like a B-. This cost 1, it'd be a problem. But this is like, obviously for other formats as well. It'd be too strong at 1.
I mean, I'm still taking this every time I see it.
I just think it's like a B-. Maybe it's probably just like a B-, maybe even just a C+.
Valiant.
It does not trigger Valiant.
It's just all permanents. It's not target permanent.
Does not trigger Valiant. So, I mean, we'll see how many... We haven't seen any board wipes yet. I guess there's the Pyroclasm.
There was the red one that does 2 doll things.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The Pyroclasm.
That's what Pyroclasm.
Yeah, Pyroclasm's 1 in a red, deal 2 to everything. It's like the standard, the best card that's done that. So yeah, this is like I think this is like a C+, B-. It's fine. I played this, but I'm not thrilled about it. What do you think? Is it good enough in other formats though? I guess it's like it's comparison to Heroic Intervention, right? Is that just 1 in a green that gives you both of these?
I think in Commander this is extremely good because giving
one
person one card is like whatever.
Isn't Heroic Intervention just both of these effects for 1 in a green at instant? Like without gifting a card? I think it's hexproof and indestructible to everything.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, so if you want another one of those, I guess. A much worse version of that.
It's worse, but like, I mean, how bad? It's all in Commander. It's politics too. Like you're like, you want a card? You want a card?
Is it any opponent?
Yeah,
it's an opponent. So that's funny. Yeah. It is interesting politics in that way, right? Because just the person whose spell you're preventing, isn't necessarily getting gifted.
You're like, get out of here with this spell. You get a card, man. Let's be friends.
It can be played in group hug like that. That's definitely a Glunch sort of card.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, and I think the Glunch deck was even playing Heroic Intervention, so it should play that instead, or both of them. All right, you're good.
You don't want wiped. I just did the last one. That was me.
Essence Channeler, 1 in a white for a Bat Cleric 2/1. As long as you lost life this turn, Essence Channeler has flying and vigilance. Okay. Whenever you gain life, it gets a 1/1 counter. When it dies, you put its counters on target creature you control, so it kind of has modular. So yeah, this is obviously like the white-black cleric thing here, which is pretty good. We saw, I can't even remember now, even though we just did it yesterday, we did see some things that allowed you to lose life, right? Like maybe 3 things
Yes.
total.
Yes.
4, I think, is probably too much. Like 3 things that could do it pretty passively. Don't remember how good those
Yes.
things were.
I think they were okay.
Obviously,
But
the
in this
flyer,
deck,
the 2/3 flyer is the best one, and just gonna probably be the best one at gaining you life every turn. Um, so I think this is pretty good. This is one hell of an Ajani's Primate.
pretty good.
Like we didn't see the Ajani's Primate at Uncommon, but here we have it at Rare basically, but with
I'll tell you
additional
what,
upside.
for 2, and the bats, they may not all be able to lose life consistently. They can certainly they can certainly gain life. Like, this is going to be a problem
Yeah,
in that deck.
yeah. It's a Johnny's Primate's always a problem. This one's better because like even if it dies, it shifts its counters and it can gain evasion and then vigilance just for good measure, just so you're completely destroying your opponent. I think this is like a B plus, maybe borderline A minus. But
I think it's borderline A minus.
If you have like 3 or 4 ways to lose life you know what, the draw 2 surveil 2, I remember that one. The draw 2 surveil 2 lose 2 for 3. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to lose life. If you have like 3 or 4 effective ways to lose life, like for value, this is probably like an A minus. But it does die very easily in the beginning. It dies to the red removal spell, the 1 in a red, 1 damage to everything, anything draw a card.
But if they don't have removal within 2 turns, it might be out of reach.
Yeah, the old Pride Mate. Alright, here you go.
Jackdaw Savior. This card. 2 and a white for a bird cleric 3/1 that's flying. Whenever Jackdaw Savior or another creature you control with flying dies, return another target creature card with lesser value from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Or another creature you control with flying.
Yes, Thomas. Read that again.
With lesser.
So, yes. So this card is hilarious in this like friends with ground creatures, because like there's obviously a ton of small creatures, a lot of them in white, some of them in blue. Being able to recur them whenever a flyer dies seems nuts, or a guaranteed at least this from this. This seems very good.
You can do wacky. I mean, I was already thinking. So this is obviously really good in limited, right? Like, it's just obviously really good in limited. I think you don't have to say.
Yeah.
It's a 3/1 flyer that ideally is getting you like a 2-drop when it dies, and if anything else dies. But I was already thinking of like commandery stuff.
Yeah, for sure. There's for sure ways to make this really silly.
Because like with a sack outlet, right? You can just like, if you had the perfect mana tree, you could like sack a 5-drop flyer to get back a 4-drop flyer, sack it to get a 3, sack it to get a 2, sack it to get a 1, and then if any one of those somehow reanimated another one of them, right? Like start
loop,
and then you just keep looping down.
There has to be some crazy loop.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Already.
I'm sure there is. But yeah, this seems good. I guess in limited, I would also give this like a B plus.
Yeah, like, I was gonna say B plus to an A minus. Like if you're in the birds deck, you're first picking this.
Yeah. This is definitely first pickable. It doesn't feel broken because like its broken thing is when even more expensive flyers are dying. But how are your more expensive flyers dying before this? Unclear.
Yeah.
That part is.
But at its base, it by itself coming in being a 3/1 flyer that just returns something from your graveyard, almost guaranteed.
Here's some interesting tech. Remember, there's the enchantment that gives something flying, like the flash +1/+0 and flying draw card for 2 mana. That blue enchantment, so you can like block with something, intentionally give it flying and cantrip so that it trades and then reanimate something else because it had flying when it died. So yeah, like that enchantment, and blue white's obviously flyers, typically flyers. But yeah, this is like a B plus. It seems good. You're definitely groaning a bit when your opponent plays it. Oh, I get this one. Sure. This is a take on old Resto Angel. It's instead of Restoration Angel, it's Salvation Swan.
Swan is slang.
For 3 and a white for a flash 3/3 flyer, and when it or another bird you control enters, you exile one target creature you control without flying, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter at the beginning of the next end step. So it's like, it's straight up Restoration Angel, but also lets your other birds do it, but only for non-flyers, but then also gives them flying. So obviously this itself is blinkable to trigger it as well.
Yes.
But also it's just a flash flying 3/3. I still think generally this is probably worse than Restoration Angel because it's like more caveated. But in limited, I think this is better than Restoration Angel because it gives stuff flying and can trigger multiple times. And I don't think Restoration Angel is a 3/3. Maybe Restoration Angel was a 3/4 even. I don't remember.
I mean, white blue flyers and non-flyers
It's like
could be a problem.
A 3/3 flash flying by itself is like a C plus B minus, especially because remember blue also has the counters. It has like that bird counter specifically.
Yes.
And then like eating, if you can eat a removal spell, like that's the dream, right? You play this to eat a removal spell on your other creature, because you just blink your creature. But it also works as a pseudo vigilance or whatever. This is like a B plus. It's good.
Yeah, I agree. It's very, very strong.
Oh, you get the. This is my favorite mechanic of the set. Favorite mechanic in the set. Really
yes. Cool. Season of the Burrow. 3 and 2 white, so 5 for a sorcery. So you choose up to 5 paws worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. So paws are you always have 5, and you can spend them in any way you want on this spell. So like, unless you're really desperate for some reason, double paw and 2 single paws, you're always doing 3 and 2, or 2 and 3 white. Or 2 white.
You're trying to use all 5 in some combination.
Yeah, but it's a ton of value. So for 5, you could get 5/1/1 rabbits, which with that class we saw earlier, getting 5 3/3s would be pretty silly.
Pretty good.
All right, so for 2 paws, exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. So you're exiling their best thing. They do get a card, but I mean, if they have something really problematic on the board, if you're doing this, exiling, I guess, 2 things and making a 1/1, like that could be maybe worth it in some scenarios, but that doesn't seem the best to me. And then for 3 paws, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it.
With an indestructible counter.
Yes, so that seems very strong. I mean, and even though this is clearly like got rabbits in it, like in flying deck, like there's a ton of things for 3 mana returning from the battlefield. This loops that stupid bird we just saw.
Yeah, I mean the 2-paw one is interesting, right? You could even use that to like cash in something that you don't care about for a card.
Yeah.
Like a rabbit, for instance. Right. But it's like an outlet to remove a bomb.
Yep.
It's just straight up an exile. Like you're gifting them a card, but it's strong. I mean, how good do you think this is? I mean, I guess ideally you're not at threat, so you don't need the middle ones. You just like 2 1/1s and get something back that's now indestructible.
Yeah, it seems pretty good to me. I don't like a B plus, A minus.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a B plus.
Like,
so
I mean, this is just it is a lot of value, and like even the flexibility, like you said, of like drawing a card off of it from a token of yours, pretty nice.
You feel bad if your opponent makes 5 rabbits because they probably have a reason. Like, if they did 5 rabbits and you like do not have the pyroclasm effect, you're like, I'm probably dead next turn. I'm in danger.
Yeah. Also, you can stack these triggers, correct? So that you could exile something.
I don't think
so. Oh, it's exiling it.
It's exiling it. But I don't even since it says target. Like I don't think you can. Since it says target, like I don't think you can target even the one of the 1/1s that it creates, because when you cast it, you have to declare the target. In Resolution, it will make the 1/1s before the exile happens, but I don't think you can't target one of the 1/1s with it. So,
okay, that's fair.
But you could target another 1/1 you already had. But yeah, I agree.
Yes,
I think this is like a B plus. It just does so much, and all of it's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is probably a board wipe if I'm gonna guess. It's called Starfall Invocation.
Gosh.
3 and 2 white sorcery. Gift a card. Destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return a creature card put into your graveyard this way into the battlefield under your control.
What?
Well, that's a pretty good board wipe.
This is a pretty good board wipe. Is this board wipe in other formats now? You're
five is a lot for a board wipe generally, but we haven't seen a board wipe that just like. So
straight up return something from to the battlefield.
I think we have seen that for 6, where it like wipes everything but 1. We've definitely seen that for 7, where it's like choose 1 creature, which obviously is yours, and then wipe everything else. I think we have seen that for 6, maybe. Like I said, definitely for 7. This is it for 5.
In the battlefield.
It has to be in play though. It's put into your graveyard this way. If it was just a straight up reanimation effect, that would be silly. Yeah, this does have to kill the creature that you're getting back.
Yeah.
It is better actually than it just not killing the creature, kind of, because you get the ETBs again. If it just didn't kill the creature, then you could swing with the creature because the rest of the board would be wiped if it was already in play, which it probably was. But yeah, in limited, I would say this is probably like an A minus, and you're probably almost always gifting it, like ideally, because you can develop hard into this, right? Or like that like you can play like some bomb, like some really big card where or just any really big card where your opponent's like, oh, I better push on the board, and then you're like, kill everything you have, and I still get my big thing, and you get a card, but it's probably a land, so good luck.
Moose, the 6-drop moose.
Yeah, the 6-drop moose. Yeah, again, there was not a lot of huge stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe the least huge stuff, but again, it makes sense because everything's small. It's Bloomburrow. But yeah, I think this is like an A minus.
Yeah, this card's real.
It's pretty good. All right, you're good.
Valley Quest Caller, 1 and a white for a Rabbit Warrior 2/3. Whenever one or more other rabbits, bats, birds, and or mice you control enter, scry 1. Other rabbits, bats, birds, mice you control get +1/+1. Okay, so it's a
A to A plus
for a bunch of yeah. Like you're just running this in every single one of those decks.
Yeah, it's a 2/3 for 2 that gives you deck filtering and is a lord for all of the types that are in white.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this seems very good. Yeah, this is just like a straight up A to A plus. I mean. And notice it does say 1 or more, so like if you do make the 3 rabbits or whatever, you're only getting 1 scry. You're not getting three scries off of it. That would be really silly. If you got 3 scries. I mean, you're still getting. They're all 2/2s, so it's already kind of silly.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. This is just like A to A plus. Like what more do you want? I guess it doesn't immediately win the game, but come on.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh,
love this art. Warren War Leader, 2 and 2 white, offspring 2. It's a 4/4. Whenever you attack, choose 1. Create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token that's tapped and attacking. Notice it's whenever you attack, not when it attacks. So this can happen immediately. So you get a 1/1 that's also attacking, or attacking creatures you control get +1/+1. So obviously the combo here is you offspring it and choose both, right?
Yes.
It makes the 1/1 and you give it everything +1/+1. Yes. That's also just the 4/4 for 4. I mean, yeah, this is also like an A, right? Yes. Like this is just great. It's like if they don't have if they would have pretty good blocks and the rabbit doesn't make a difference, then you just give everything 1/1 to screw up their blocks and get in there. And I mean, so here's the thing: Do you play this on 4 or 6 more often, do you think?
6.
You think you're playing
Because
it more often on 6?
You're always wanting to play have 2 of them so you can do both of them each turn.
Sure,
'Cause if
but
you do, you
but
just constantly cycle.
but imagine how much of a
on.
imagine how much of a beating this is on 4 though. Like if you've already done like some light token stuff,
Sure.
maybe you even have 3 creatures because this thing attacks as a 5/5. It's not even other attacking creatures. It's all of them.
I'm saying in the best possible situation, you at most have 2 tokens by turn 4, and that's like pie in the sky. Unless you, so if you, all right, if you play that 3 cost, make 3 1/1 tokens,
Yeah.
you're playing this on 4.
Then you're slamming this on 4. Yeah, so like you could play a 2-drop, make 3 tokens on 3, play this on 4.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to deal with.
Good luck. Yeah, this is just a solid A. I don't think it's an A plus, but it might actually be with the Offspring like ability as well. It's like the really cool thing about Offspring on this is its abilities of this Offspring are so strong that like it kind of dodges the dice to removal check, right? Because like even if they kill this 4/4, which they will definitely want to do, like just that 1/1 having these static abilities is
But
very
also
strong.
when you play this on 6, Thomas, you can attack immediately and get these.
I know that. I've said that like 3 times.
It's so broken. I'm just like kind of gobsmacked at how good.
Six is a lot. I think White's gonna try to be like pretty fast.
Fair.
I'm not sure you're wanting like because you're going to like if you just naturally draw this after turn 4, of course you're playing it on 6. But I'm saying like if you have it in your hand and you're like I want to win fast and you make the choice to like do something worse than this on 4, that's kind of precarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely good. Is you adorable art?
Whisker Veil Forerunner, 3 and a white, Mouse Bard 3/4, has Valiant. Whenever Whisker Veil Forerunner becomes a target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them. You may put it on the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't, put it onto the battlefield, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library and a random order.
I've spaced out entirely. I don't know what's going on. What it?
A 3/4.
It's a paragraph.
So it's a lot of words, but essentially, whenever this is targeted by a spell of yours, you look at the top 5 cards of your library, and you take a card with mana value 3 or less, and you either put it on the battlefield or into your hand.
If it's your turn.
If it's your turn.
If it's your turn, it goes into the battlefield because you can do this on your opponent's turn as well.
Yes, but then it's just to your hand.
Then it has to go to your hand. It's also a may put on the battlefield, so you could always choose to put it in your hand.
Yes.
If you wanted to. So it's just putting 3-drops into play.
Straight up for targeting this.
And or into your hand if you do it on your opponent. So this can theoretically draw you 2 cards a turn, right? If you just have a bunch of combat tricks. Yep. You're just like, on my turn I put it into play, on your turn I put it in my hand.
Yeah, this is this an A?
Yeah, this is an A. I think
plus?
This is an A.
It's like we've said it in the commons and uncommons. This is the set of combat tricks
with
so
with
many
bite
combat
effects.
Tricks.
Yeah, with bite effects. Like we saw that other like hexproof spell that I was upset that they printed. I mean, yeah, in green and red. The red bite, the green bite, rabid might also be in this because we saw that in like the bonus section. So maybe there's 3 bites.
Also, even like blinks in blue. If this is white blue and this is on the ground.
Yeah, blinking will do it too.
Like this is just always.
Yeah, it's at least an A. The question is it an A plus? And it might be.
It might be.
Yeah, I mean even worse. Let's just say white. Let's just say white black. It's even good in white black. Like imagine us flipping the 2/3 flyer for 3. Like
yeah,
because like it digs 5. Like digging 5 is more than you would.
A lot.
Like if this dug 3, it's still pretty good. But then you have a decent chance to whiff. 4 is where you would like 3 is if they were being cautious. 4 is where you would normally expect this to be. 5 cards, you would really think that doesn't whiff. And this I think could have a chance in
Right.
standard
I believe you.
potentially. Yeah,
It
that's
seems
interesting.
extremely good.
It's like I guess we would need to compare it to the the Ardenvale Captain or what I don't even remember the name of that card, but the Convoke card. Yeah, seems
Yeah,
good.
interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if the green if the one in a green +3/+3 hexproof trample indestructible. I wonder if that's constructed playable. Could
Ooh,
be.
that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that's a lot of hit all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, White had a bunch of A's. We started off kind of weak, and then we got there.
Yeah.
I actually think the worst. Hold on, let me see if I can hot take this. Is the worst white card that we saw
First one.
actually the first one? No,
Maybe. No.
It's Don's
No,
Juice.
it's not. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's definitely.
I mean, you're always
That
the
could
thing
be.
about Beza is like, I think it's not that strong, but you're just always playing this card. Like it always feels
Yeah.
fine, even if it's a 4/5. You're like, I did a good turn 4. You know?
Because if you are ever behind and you pull that card,
Yeah, yeah. It's a
it
feels.
feels so good.
I was probably low on it, but I do think it's probably not more than an A minus. All right, is this one me? You did
Yes,
that
it
one
is.
right?
It
Yeah,
is.
you were reading the
I
whole
read for 45
paragraph.
minutes.
Yeah. Azure Beast Binder. 1 in a blue for a Rat Rogue 1/3 Vigilance. Love everything so far. I'm interested. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or greater. Love it. Can't kill it. Can be double blocked. Whenever it attacks, up to one target artifact, creature, or planeswalker an opponent controls loses all abilities until your next turn. If it's a creature, it also becomes a 2/2 until your next turn. That's interesting. And it has vigilance for some reason, again. Until your next turn.
What?
You so
This card is nuts.
this card is extremely good in the Spellslinger deck. Because it allows you to basically like guaranteed removal, something.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong. The thing is, right, is like it weirdly allows itself to get double blocked by its own ability. Because like if you shrink down something big, and they already had something small, now they can just double block it. Before they couldn't have blocked it with the big thing.
It's
It's
funny with ninjutsu.
yeah, it's interesting that it does it to planeswalkers and
Yeah.
artifacts.
Yeah, the artifacts thing seems very interesting for other formats.
I guess the thing is like you really want to this. This is a blue card, but I think this is a blue-red card because, again, like I just said, if you're shrinking down something big, this thing's just going to get double blocked. I guess it could be green blue as well. Like you have to pump this thing when they double block it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
Or
Or just remove them from things.
yeah, something to that effect. But yeah, so I think this is primarily blue-red. Maybe gets there in blue-green. You can't play it in another blue color, I don't think. Well, I guess blue-black, but then black already has removal. Oh, no, black has the common -2/-2. That this obviously works quite well with.
Yep, that's fair.
But I don't think this is great. I think this is I think it's like a B minus.
Fair. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's more interesting for other formats than limited. It's just okay.
Yeah. All right, here you go.
Dower Port Mage, 1 in a blue for a Frog Wizard, 1/3. Whenever one or more other creatures you control leave the battlefield without dying, draw a card. Or 1 in a blue,
Ooh.
tap, return another target creature you control to its owner's hand.
That's at instant speed.
Okay.
That is an instant speed bounce.
So,
Man,
I mean, in Bouncy Frogs,
Simic is so
is-
grindy. So grindy.
this is nuts.
Yeah.
Dodges removal.
There's no way if you do not kill the deck fast, there's no way you're getting on top of it from like some of the stuff that we've
No.
seen. I will say
the-
there wasn't great ramp, right? There was like that bad ramp at growth.
There's the bad rampant growth. And
There's like a couple
there
mana
was-
dorks.
Well, and the artifacts. There were two
Yeah.
artifacts. 2 and 3, I think, or
You
two
know,
threes. Um, yeah, I mean, in Bouncy Frogs, is it an A minus or is it an A? Because like a lot of the frogs were bouncing. So like,
I would say it's like a B plus.
really,
It's extremely good. It's just like it's so slow. It's so slow, and like you play it on two.
frogs are very dirtily, but
You like is this even a two drop? Like I guess you're playing this on two, but like it's not realistically going to do something productive until like turn 6, and that's even
right.
being like generous.
There were other things that bounced like when they ETB and ways to save bounce things for 1 mana.
But
The
it's things that you
spell,
control. I mean, yeah,
yeah, but like you getting to bounce this and draw cards and bounce something else and draw cards. Like like you said, it's so dirtily blocking something and then bouncing. Yeah,
I
like
wonder if this sees itself leave. Probably things see themselves die. No, it says other creatures, so no, it
it
doesn't
says
see
other
itself.
creatures. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it can't bounce itself either because that would be also absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the fact. So, the top ability is obviously great because drawing cards is good. But, like, being able to dodge all removal or just, like, infinitely chump block with the second ability is about as nuts. And the fact that it draws you a card,
Yes.
yeah, like, this is extremely hard to beat in the late game. It just
Yes.
doesn't do anything for a long time. It maybe draws you a
Yeah.
card. Yeah, I think it's like a B plus. You could argue it's an A minus. If this archetype is legitimate, then yeah, this is like an A minus to an A. If you can consistently
Yeah.
build that deck and not die.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Thomas.
How do I even say this? Eluge,
Yeah, I think it's a
Eluge,
luge.
the shoreless sea. Is
Yes.
that like an infinite sea if there's no shore? One blue, blue, blue. Good luck casting it. Oh, it's a calamity beast, huh? It's an elemental fish mythic.
It sure is.
Star, star. Power and toughness equal to the number of islands you control. Alright, old school. Whenever it enters or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. It is an island in addition to its other types for as long as it has a flood counter on it. So you can use that to like kind of buff its size, or you can use it to like it's in addition to its other types, so you can't hate out your opponents. So you're basically always doing it to yours. And the first instant or sorcery you cast each turn cost 1 blue or 1 colorless less to cast for each land you control with a flood counter on it. We've never seen this templating where it can reduce
No.
it by blue or colorless.
Yes. This is
Strange.
very weird.
Very weird templating. So it comes into play. Let's just say you somehow manage to mono blue, or not even mono blue. You're very heavily blue. In a perfect world, this is a 4/4, right? Because you have 3 islands, and this one makes your 4th non-island an island. So it's a 4/4, and it makes all your instants or sorceries cost 1 less, the first one that you cast. And then let's say, perfect world, you play another non-island, and attack with this, turning it into an island, making it a 5/5, and then now your first instant or sorcery costs 2 less.
Yes.
This is like a
I think I'm gonna build this in Commander and make people hate me.
building command. Why are people gonna hate you?
Just because
You can't hate their lands.
I know, but you certainly can just cast your deck for free.
I won't hate you if you play
Proliferate
this. I won't hate you. Proliferate doesn't work with this.
Oh, because it doesn't. You can't. You would have to move the counters around somehow.
It's for each land that has a flood counter on it, not each flood counter you control. So it
That's
doesn't.
well, you'd have to make.
Yeah,
could
you proliferate it and then move the counters.
and
Sure.
then move
Oh
the-
yeah.
That's what I'm doing. Actually, yes. Yeah. No.
Go for it. No hate here. Love it. Love it. Let me know when you do something turn 8.
Well, that's also so much, but like I just feel like every turn, this attacking and playing a bunch of
Yeah.
counters is annoying.
I think this is like a B minus just because it's hard to cast.
Yeah. I don't think this itself in limited is broken. I think this card is very interesting.
It's neat. I mean, if you this is very tempting to like first pick and just be like, we are in blue, and then trying to get there, you know.
Blue with a splash of red.
Splash of
That's
red,
what I
yeah.
want to do this in. Because in otters, like if this gets 2 shore counters down, you're casting a lot of cheap shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, one per turn.
Oh,
I do feel
prowess.
I did feel like otters were a little more red than blue, but
I agree.
yeah. All right, you're. Oh, I love this card. You're good.
Yes, kidnap 2 and 2 blue for an enchantment aura. Gift a card, enchant a creature. When kidnap enters, tap enchanted creature. If this card's gift was promised, put 3 stun counters on it.
If it wasn't promised.
If it wasn't promised.
Yeah.
You control enchanted creature.
So it's a mind control with control magic with a bunch of extra steps.
Yeah.
So it's such a neat card because it perfectly straddles the lane between the like tap down sort of removal and mind control, but it taps down your own creature because you always have the creature, but either you don't get to use it for basically 4 turns because it's 3 stun counters, so it'll take 3 turns just to remove the stun counters on your next 3 turns, or you can give them a card to just immediately take the creature, basically. Which
What do you think you're doing?
I guess it strongly depends on the creature.
Yeah.
And notice it does tap the creature no matter what. You can't get out of that. So even if it's like a haste creature that's untapped or something, you can't.
Yeah,
you can't use it immediately. I don't know.
That might be too good.
I would say you're probably not gifting this. You're probably not gifting this because you get it.
Removal with upside.
Yeah, you get it. You get it eventually anyway. Yeah, exactly. It's removal with upside. They can remove this aura, and they get their creature back.
Sure.
But then it is stunned.
That much enchantment hate there was, but I didn't feel like it was 6.
Yeah, there's the 2-drop that could sack to do it. That's what you're looking to dodge the most. But I think just on the no, they printed that green card now, right?
There was modal green card.
Yeah, that modal green card can definitely do it. But I think just on the off chance that they can destroy the enchantment, you really don't want to gift them a card because that's a blowout then. Yeah. Because even if they blow up the enchantment, if you don't gift them the card, at least it's basically removed for 3 turns. So, yeah, I'm not gifting the card. How good? I think this is like a B.
Yeah, I think it's a B. I mean, I'm taking it every time, certainly.
Yeah.
I mean,
it helps. It really helps the Dirtily Simic deck because you do eventually win with this card. If they can't do anything. All right, Kitsa, Otterball Elite. Oh my goodness, I need the lore on Otterball. I get another 1/3 Vigilance for 2. What is this? All right, 1 in a blue for an Otter Wizard Mythic 1/3 Vigilance with Prowess. And it taps to draw a card, then discard a card. Okay. And copy target instant or so 2 tap, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only if Kitsa's power is 3 or greater. So your 3rd spell. Or if you manage to stick counters on this, your 1st spell. Or if the 1st spell that you cast buffs its power in some way, then your 2nd spell. So a bunch of ways to get it to 3 power, I guess. So this is what people said. This is what a mythic Merfolk Looter looks like. That other card that we were talking about, the uncommon, that should have been like the one that was unblockable or whatever, and then with Threshold it just starts drawing you cards. That was a Looter El Core. I'm pretty sure is what that card, a power crept Looter El Core. This is an insanely power crept Merfolk Looter. How good is this? I mean, how good is a 1/3 Vigilance Prowess? Pretty good. Because it can also loot. It can attack and loot.
Free.
Yeah, attack. like getting a point or two of damage in. This thing's hard to block profitably, for sure. Like, you play one spell, it's a 2/4. It has threat of activation when it attacks. You know, like, do they really want to block? Because very high blow-up potential. And then it's looting you, which is great, which works with both Forage and Threshold, and is generally good filtering. And then maybe it's just copying removal at some point.
Yep.
This feels
just very good.
This feels like an A.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in prowess, this is an A.
I think it's just an A, period. I think it's an A in anything.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, it's certainly the best in red blue, but I can't imagine not playing the. I shouldn't say that.
Sure, if
I
you're
think
in
it's
blue, like.
I think it's an A, but yeah, it's definitely worse than, like, I don't know. We so white.
Frogs give 1/1 counters.
White, red, and blue all had one, like, instant cantrips. Some of them even pumped this, and then green had the 1-cost fight that you could gift a treasure to get a counter, or gift a fish to get a +1/+1 counter, right? The 1-mana fight, which is just bonkers on this, because like you give it the counter, and it's a 3/5.
Yeah, because
it's a 3/5.
It has prowess. Yeah.
It's a 3/5 that fights on turn 3.
Has vigilance and then can loot.
Yeah, and then can start copying stuff easier because it has a counter. So it's just a strong A.
Yeah.
And yes, this I think might have other format implications. Seems Seems possible.
Goodness.
Right.
Mockingbird. X and a blue. Bird Bard. It's a 1/1. Weird. You may have Mockingbird enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value less than or equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it.
Whoa.
Bird, in addition to its other types, and it has flying.
Okay. This is a hell of a clone. It has like the prismatic ending text where it's not equal to X. It's equal to the amount of mana spent. So it's always even. It's a completely even copy because it says equal to and the amount of mana spent. So if you spend 4 mana, you're copying a 4-drop.
Yeah.
Total. But it gets flying.
Interesting, yeah.
How good is this? Seems pretty good.
Seems really good.
I mean, we have seen, like, some 3-drop clones. Like, this isn't as good as, like, a 3-drop clone, I don't think. It does give it flying, but, like, you can never get any tempo on this. Whatever you're copying, you're having to repay the full value of. So, like, if they do a 6-drop, it's not like you can spend 3, copy it, and remove their 6-drop. Like, that's the dream. You're, like, having to spend all 6 mana, and you get a flying version of it. Does not work with blinking.
No, it does not.
How I don't know.
There are plenty of bounces back to your hand.
This is like B- is gonna be my guess.
Yeah.
B to B-. I mean, it's always. It's exactly. It's a Mockingbird. It's just always.
Probably a B to B plus.
It's just always whatever the best creature is on the field, but you're not getting any extra value other than that. It's just exactly.
It blows up Legend Rule, right?
Huh?
It is a copy in every way, so it would blow up to Legend Rule, right?
If you copy your own, not if you copy your opponent's.
Well, obviously.
Yeah. It says it's a full copy, so it would blow up to Legend Rule.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think this is like a B- to me.
Okay. I would say B, but
I like it. I mean, I'm playing it. It's really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Portent of Calamity. Another X in blue. Sorcery. Reveal the top X cards of your library. For each card type, you may exile a card of that type from among them. Put the rest into your graveyard. You may cast the spell from among the exiled cards without paying its mana cost if you exiled 4 or more cards this way. Then put the rest of the exiled cards into your hand. Okay. So, this is also... it's interesting to me when they do all of these little things to, like, push a card. So, the stuff going into your graveyard rather than back into your library pushes it a little bit. Getting to just cast something for free, obviously, if you jump to the 5-cost hurdle, pushes it a bit.
Yep.
And then the rest of them getting into your hand, pushes it a little bit more of the way. It's obviously like Delirium-like, or like Tarmogoyf-like, right? Because it's looking for different types.
Yeah.
So it's going to reward you. So land and creature, obviously the two most obvious. We have seen a fair bit of enchantments here with classes and stuff. Even some artifacts have been thrown around, like the bad Rampant Growth was an artifact. The ridiculous vehicle was an artifact. We saw just like some generically good artifacts. So in limited, I mean, I think this is very strong. In limited, this is like you're almost always casting this for 5, right?
Yeah.
In limited, so the idea is you cast this for 5, hope for like a 4-drop or better for free, and then like drawing 2 cards. Right, that's like the hope. So like creature in play for free, land in my hand, and an enchantment in my hand if I'm lucky. But you're looking at the top 4. I don't know, is it that good? Because if you're playing a bunch of types, yeah, I don't know how good this is.
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, I mean, this is a hilarious mana sink. I mean, this is ridiculous with prowess.
I don't think it gets much better with prowess. It's good with cost reduction. Yeah. Because notice it doesn't ask you how much mana you spent to cast it. It asks you how many cards you exiled in order to get the free thing.
Copying this with the otter would be hilarious.
That's true. Yeah, copying it with the otter. But yeah, the fact that it works with cost reduction is pretty cool. Yeah, I think this is still probably just like a B to B plus.
I don't think cards like this are ever like in limited, but I think this is really cool, and I'm gonna try to play it in other formats for sure.
I could.
It's probably I think this might even be a B minus, but I think it's somewhere between B minus and B plus, and I just don't know.
This is crazy with Eldrazi. See, like the thing is like in this limited, there's like nothing huge to play for free. Like a 6 mana thing was like the biggest thing we saw, right?
Yeah.
Like total. So, I mean, that would be good to play for free, but you're still only cheating 1 mana technically, and you're like getting to draw a land, right? Like let's say you whiff on artifacts and enchantments, which is typical. You're getting a land and getting a 6-drop, best case scenario, for 5 mana.
Yes.
But that 6-drop has to be in the top 4 cards. Yeah, I don't know how good this is in limited. I mean, obviously, it has a much bigger top end. I am interested in this in other formats. Because, like, that's a free cast. So you get Eldrazi cash triggers with this.
And that seems pretty easy to do.
Maybe Teferi is letting you cast this at Maybe Teferi is letting you cast this at instant speed. Would be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try it out, but I would not be shocked if this is like
I'm gonna try it out for sure.
Borderline unplayable in limited, actually. As weird as that sounds. Could be very inconsistent. Alright. See you.
Season of Weaving. 4 and 2 blue. We got the next season with these little paws. We get 5 in for the sorcery. The first one is draw a card.
Yeah.
You get for 2 paws, you can choose an artifact or creature you control. Create a token that's a copy of it. Okay. For 3 paws, return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. So a Psych Rift.
Yeah. Kind of. For not tokens. So obviously the thing is here is like first you copy your biggest thing and then you bounce everything else. So like you still keep the biggest thing. So it's kind of like a one-sided-ish board wipe. for 6. It's very dirtily. I mean, if you already had a good token, like making 2 copy or making 2 copies of your biggest creature and drawing the card is the strongest thing here, right?
If this said, well, no, never mind.
I mean, it's a 3 for 1. Just draw a card. Like you have like a 5/5 or something, right? Like you're in green blue.
Yeah.
You're like draw a card, make 2 5/5s for 6.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that.
That's wild.
I mean, making 2 of those mooses off of this would be
Sure. Mediocre. Joking. So yeah, I think this is actually specifically because of that. Like, I think this is probably an A. If you make 2 copies of a big thing and draw a card, I mean, that's just outrageous.
Yeah.
And then like the additional mode
your whole turn, but that's so much value.
Yeah, the additional like bouncing of things. Maybe you're in blue green and like you actually care about that too. But I guess you could also just draw 5. Like you've reached a stalemate and you just like draw this card and you're like copying wouldn't be great, so I'll just draw 5.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. How good is if this had nothing but draw 5 for 6 in limited?
So 6 is normally draw 4. So draw 4 for 6 at instant speed has been a thing, and that's like a C- to C. Depends on the format. It would range from a C- to a C+, depending on the format. Yeah. Drawing 5 at sorcery speed for 6, probably trending closer to a C+, just because it's like so likely game winning if you're at any sort of parity. So yeah, but I think this is an A.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's very often that this is just making like 2 4/4s and drawing you a card for 6, which is just so above rate, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but or also if you're behind, board wiping and drawing you 2, or board wiping.
It'll stabilize you. It does everything. Yeah, it's a solid A. Storm Chaser's Talent. 1 blue. When it enters, create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. Okay. That's pretty good for 1 blue mana. 3 in a blue. This class becomes level 2. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. That's very slow, but okay. And then 5 in a blue, even slower, to reach level 3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you make another little red and blue 1/1 otter with prowess. So I guess the reason this is so expensive is like it's so well costed initially.
Yeah, that seems to be the balance.
How good is
this would be impressive if it wasn't this slow?
How good is a 1/1 prowess for 1 that's an otter? I can't remember how many things care about otters. I feel like not much cared about being an otter.
There's a couple. I mean, specifically that bounce.
It does kind of draw you a card as well, but like 4 is a lot. I really wish the middle one was 3. If the middle one was 3, I'd be like more... I could see like turn 5, play the 3, get back my 2 cost, 3 damage spell.
I mean,
like
that they care the most about being an otter is the draw 2 for 2. Or what would be draw 2 for 2 the otter. But because if you play this turn 1, draw 2 for 2, hit him with the 2/2, what would be a 2/2, and then turn 3 you're playing something else. Turn 4 you just do this, and immediately.
Yeah, I think the turn 4 do this is. I think the turn 4 do this is the bad part.
I think if you
I'm not sure you're ever.
Sorcery,
I'm not sure you're ever turn 4 doing this.
I am if I've got that draw spell in my graveyard.
Well, if your opponent is any sort of fast, you just lose because you drew cards on turn 2. You better have done something turn 3, and then you're doing literally nothing turn 4, and then turn 5. I guess you can draw more cards and still do nothing. Like you really want to get back removal with level 2. I would not be interested in getting back more draw. I don't think, unless I have massive cost reduction on everything. Just 4 is so much like. you have to really be interested in this 1/1 creature with prowess, because the rest of it is relevant on like turn 8, is what it feels like to me. 6 at the earliest.
I mean, I don't think this is broken by any. I'm talking it. I'm talking as if I'm like really into this. I don't think. I think it's a B minus, B plus, or not B minus to B.
I'm thinking potentially lower.
C plus.
I mean, like, what if it, like, just ignore everything but it being a 1/1 blue and red
Like
otter
1/1 for 1.
with prowess? How good is that? Is that like a C minus? Is that a C?
Yeah, maybe.
Like just that, and then I'm gonna say this is a C plus. So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna say it's a C plus. It's C.
Okay.
If
we'll see.
Again, if you have a bunch of removal and you can like stall them out.
I don't think there's any world where it could possibly be higher than a B.
Yeah,
it's more likely a B minus to a C plus.
We've seen a bunch of things that we've been like, man, if it's slow, but then I just keep remembering those mice and rabbits in white, and I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, and the birds.
Yeah, birds could get there. The bats weren't really that fast. They were all kind of bigger butts. Was the last one you?
Yes.
No, it was me. You're good.
Was it you?
Yeah,
okay.
It was me.
Thundertrap Trainer. One in a blue.
Into this.
Otter Wizard. Offspring 4. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order.
So it impulses for instant, sorcery, artifact, enchantment.
Yeah.
Artifact, enchantment. It's blinkable.
It's blinkable.
It's very good at being blinkable. Very, 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 very blinkable.
How good? I mean, this is insane, Otters. How good is this?
I think the Offspring's pretty bad. I think the Offspring's pretty bad. I think
the Offspring is in there literally for, like, you draw this turn 6, turn 7, turn 8.
I'm still not sure I'm Offspringing it.
Well, if you don't have anything else in your hand, like, this is...
You're going to, because this gets you something in your hand. This gets you something in your hand. Like, it certainly depends on the board state. If my opponent has no threats at all in play, yes, then I'll Offspring it.
Stale board.
It depends on, like, what the health total's at. But, like, I might want to play the removal spell that I'm hopefully getting with this. Or even the blink that I'm getting with... I mean, yeah, maybe... The Offspring is weird. If the Offspring was 2...
The Offspring is just upside.
I'll say I feel like the Offspring was lower, and they decided this card was too good. I'd guess that.
I think the effect is very strong. I think that, this would be nuts if you could play this for 4, draw 2.
Is it? I mean, it's nothing on... Like, why is it so nuts? Like, Impulse, just straight up Impulse is not a nuts card. So we're getting a sorcery Impulse that's a 1/2. Like, this is not a card by itself. And it can whiff. In Limited, I would like to know the odds of it whiffing, but it's probably pretty high. Like, 30% chance it whiffs.
Yeah, you have to be for sure heavy into spells.
Which is not, like, the most winning strategy in Limited.
That's fair.
So in Limited, I really don't know how into this I am. Because, like, if this whiffs, your lost chances just went up massively. Because you played a 1/2 for 2 with no other text. I mean, you can blink it. I'm definitely interested in playing this if I'm playing Blink, or if I have an absurd number of spells. Again, those cantrips that we were talking about, all those one-drop cantrips.
I mean, maybe this is better in Frogs, just to be blinked.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's playable. You just have to have a really high spell count and be into blinking. Remember, there is the blue cantrip does blink, which is ridiculous. Especially with this.
If you're an otter or a frog, or
I'm first picking the blue cantrip if I have this, or basically first picking it. Again, the Offspring I think is nothing. This is very built around if you're playing 14 spells in your deck, or you have a ton of blink, then I think this is probably like a B
I want to
minus.
play it.
Yeah. I understand why you love it, and even then, I think it's still just a B minus.
Okay. I would have said a B, but
Yeah.
I think this is a B when it's doing its thing.
Yeah, it's cool if you have like 3 of the blue blink cantrips. It's pretty cool.
I will play this set until I get a deck where I am just shoving spells into their face, laughing at them with this card.
That's the dream. Right. Valley Floodcaller. Look at this Surfing Otter. What a badass. He's 2 and a blue for a creature otter wizard 2/2 with flash. I love 2/2s with flash for 3 for some reason. You may cast non-creature spells as though they had flash. That works with that X blue spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Untap them. Also including himself. Or herself. Whoever the Valley Floodcaller is. They themselves. I mean, it gives all birds, frogs, otters, and rats prowess. So it also has prowess, basically.
Yes.
But even better than prowess, because it also gives them vigilance. Pseudo-vigilance. As a combat trick. And also lets all non-creature spells, including artifacts, Instant Speed Mishra's Bauble incoming, Instant Speed Lotus Petals, older formats, but like all non-creature spells having flash to also trigger your prowess. And untap them. So this seems very good. This card seems very good. It reads innocuously, and then you're like, wait, everything has prowess and is an instant.
Artifacts, enchantments, and sorceries have flash.
Yeah. And buff your whole team. I mean, I think this is like an A minus because it does die pretty easy.
It's a build around. It's a build around for sure, though. I mean, you want to obviously be in.
I think we have just the fact that we've seen. I feel like, and I know I keep bringing these up, but just what they signify, all those cheap cantrips, I think they've just put enough value spells in the game to trigger prowess a lot.
I agree. Everything's 1, 2, sometimes 3 cost.
I think this is an A minus to an A.
Yeah.
And I think
probably minus. Very, very fun.
It's potentially good in other formats. I don't know.
Yeah.
It has flash, so I like it. I want to try it. I want to try doing something with it.
Give me otters or give me death. Wishing Well. Green and blue for an artifact. Tap. Put a coin counter on Wishing Well. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value equal to the number of coin counters on Wishing Well from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If this spell would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead, giving it as a sorcery.
Is this from your hand? Wait, from your graveyard.
From your graveyard.
What if I read? So immediately you're basic. So at 2 is where this gets interesting, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not equal to or less than F.
What do you mean?
It's not equal to or less than. It's exactly equal to the coin counters.
F. Yeah, F.
Interesting otherwise. Also, I want to retroactively give myself big idiot calling. For some reason, I just now realized, I don't know why I just realized this, that I was reading this as if it was permanents. Instants or sorceries are also card types. So this is drawing you more than 2. This is drawing you probably like 3.2 2 on average or something like that. So this is a little
But
better.
this is counting like battles, kindred, like that card type. Is that what it's also?
Yeah,
Like
those
those
are
all
valid
count,
card
like for other
card types
formats,
as
for
well.
other
Yeah, I'm talking more
formats.
unlimited. Like this
Yeah.
could cast one of the seasons for free. Like I was just
Right.
so focused on I don't know why I was reading it like it was only permanents, but like the
Yeah.
fact that this can cast like a 5 or 6 drops like the blue season for free off this.
Yes. Would be nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the fact that this is probably drawing on average slightly more than 3 cards, and playing one of them for free for 5 mana, like you're always casting this for 5. I'm pretty sure at a minimum.
Yeah.
This is
I
probably
mean, you're
better.
ideally. I mean, let's say it's turn 7, 8, and you have 8 mana. Are you just throwing all eight
Yeah,
mana into this?
yeah. If I'm
Because it's almost
convinced,
always going to be worth it.
yeah, if I have some amount of artifacts and enchantments and instants and sorceries, then yeah. If I think I'm likely to draw like 4 or 5 cards by throwing 8 mana in it, then I'm gonna do it. I mean, what else are you gonna do with 8 mana?
Wait. Does this immediately win with Thassa's if you have infinite colorless?
Um, yeah, yeah. That's actually a good point. Yeah, because it puts the rest in your graveyard, so it's going to dump them. Because since it doesn't put it, like we said, it creeps all sorts of little things, right? The fact that they grow in your graveyard and not back in your deck means that it does just it's an infinite mana Thassa's one shot. Nice. Look at you. Look at this commander player down here.
My
Oh my
God.
god. I'm glad we
That's
revisited this. Me being stupid and you being smart. Hell's frozen over.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's better in everything. I'm glad. Oh, and that included blue. The perfect time.
It's a coiling rebirth, baby.
Do I at least get this
Also,
one, or do you get? Oh, yeah, I get this one. Thank goodness. I
oh,
find.
fuck you.
Oh no,
Fuck,
this isn't a
I'm just so
season.
excited.
I want a
I'm
season.
excited about this card, though.
Okay, I want a season. You can have this if I get the next season. If I get the black season, I don't even know what it is.
Give me
Okay.
this.
Okay.
Also, secretly, I think I'm a black. I'm gonna start playing black all the time. Coiling rebirth,
What
3 and 2
emo
black.
kid. Oh my god.
Yeah. I hate my mom. Gift a card. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then, if the gift was promised and that creature isn't legendary, create a token that's a copy of that creature except it's a 1/1.
Oh right.
So it's like offspring for anything, potentially.
Yeah, but they draw a card.
They draw a card, but like I care about this for other formats.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this it has like the Protean Hulk like just win the game,
Yeah.
guaranteed immediately sort of thing.
For limited, I think it's I mean this is fine, but it's not broken because it's 5 and everything in this format's like less than 5. So like I mean, think it's great.
How good would the creature have to be for you to let them draw a card and make a 1/1 copy of it? Like, are you doing it with the white guy, that white 4/4 that does Offspring itself, right? That has the 2 good abilities. Are you letting them draw a card to make an Offspring of that? Remember, it was like the make the rabbit or your whole team gets +1/+1. Maybe. I mean, if you can swing that turn and win with +2/+2 to the team, you sure do.
Mike should run this in his Henzi deck.
I don't think so. You think so?
Yeah, because you're sacking insane creatures, and now you just get two of
Maybe.
one.
But I feel like
it can't be legendary. He's playing a lot of legendaries.
I mean, it costs 5. The whole Henzi deck is that Henzi makes everything really cheap because they're creatures. It doesn't make this cheap. I don't know. I think it'd be a little awkward.
A lot more mana acceleration.
But you can play. You're competing with. Again, this is what the thing about Commander. You're competing with, reanimate dead and just and animate dead and just straight up reanimate. Like
right.
This is so far abysmally worse than those cards. Like
You have to have a combo with something that it makes it,
yeah, like Pretty and Hulk. I'm pretty sure it just guarantee wins with Pretty and Hulk, assuming you put the right things in your deck.
but
In limited, I
is,
think this is not great. This is like a C.
I think this is a C to C plus.
And it's only your graveyard too.
It's only
I don't think it's a C plus. I think it's a C to C minus.
Okay.
Scales if you have bombs.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's probably best in like black green.
Or if you have to have like broken ETBs to think about giving them a gift out of it, or just like some bomb due to its abilities. Like maybe that little prowess otter, the mythic otter looter spell copier.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was legendary or not, but like that.
Oh no, that was legendary. It was for sure legendary.
Right, I'll take this one. Cruel Claws Heist. 2 black sorcery. Gift a card. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile the card. If the gift was promised, you may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. But you have to know that as you cast it, so like you can't decide it after you see their hand. So this is a weird one.
Are you almost guaranteed to get a card that's better than?
You're certainly not, because you don't know what they're drawing.
Better than this?
Oh, you do know what they're drawing. You do actually get to see what they draw. So you could take that. Because it's cast.
They draw cards. If you do, they draw a card before its other effects.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because it's a cast trigger. That's what I've been saying about these gifts for a bit. So it's Thoughtseize for 1 more black. I don't really think you're doing the gift thing. Maybe this could like be sneaky and constructed. I'm not doing this in limited. I'm not interested in paying 2 black mana to make you discard a card. I'm sure as hell not gifting you a card to do it. No. F in limited.
Really? It is double black.
Why would you do this?
I don't think it's F.
You're 0 for 1ing yourself if you gift them. I mean, not necessarily, because you're 1 for 1ing them.
Yeah, you're not.
When you cast the card.
But this is replacing itself with the card you're exiling. It is a 1.
Yeah, but you're using a card. So until you cast the card that you exile with it, you're just down a card, because you had to gift them. So you use a card, they draw a card, you take that card. Nothing has happened to their hand, and you're down a card because you use this. So yeah, I don't. And it's double black. I'm never doing it.
So the reason I'm thinking about this card is because in this format, I feel like there's a ton of bomb 2 costs and 3 costs. So I'm thinking about playing this as if I'm playing this on 2, taking their best thing on 2 or 3, and then immediately playing it.
Yeah, I think it's bad. But that specific use case of like
that's how I'm imagining
taking their 3-drop, but it's a 2 black card. If it was 1 in a black, I think you'd have a little bit more of an argument. Although I still think it's pretty bad. I still think it's bad.
I also really want to make this discard thing work.
I'm gonna say this is an F.
Okay, I think it's a C minus, but I don't.
Yeah, it maybe has some matchup potential in constructed that I'm unaware of. All right, you're go. Underwhelmed with black so far. You're go.
Dark Star Arbor, 2 and a black. Offspring 1 black for a 2/3 Bat Warlock.
Okay.
It's flying at the beginning of your upkeep. Reveal the top card of your library. Put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to the card's mana value.
This is like the devil's bargain with the Offspring, right?
Yeah.
Offspringing a 1/1 for 1 is pretty good, but it has potential to lose you the game. This is an interesting card.
Yeah. I really am into this. I'm gonna be rolling the die here with this bad
I mean,
boy for sure.
it's Dark Confidant, straight up,
Straight up.
for one more mana, and it gets +1/+1 and flying.
Are you playing this more on 3 or 4? Because a lot of times we're like, are we playing this on
I'm
4 or 6 or
I'm playing this
3
on
or 5?
I'm playing this on 3, and if I draw this turn 4, I'm still having a hefty thinking about if I'm playing this for 3 or 4.
I feel like if I'm playing this for 4, in this set with what we've seen, I feel like I am usually losing maximum 6 life, 7 life on average. On average, I think I'm losing 6 life.
I disagree. I think there's
For
a decent
4?
chance you lose 6 life before you have another turn. If you offspring this. It's just hits 2/3 drops. You hit two
But it's
three
also
drops in a row.
it's also triggering so many bats because there's loss and gain life, and some of them want to give you different triggers on
Look,
both.
I'm not saying you don't ever offspring this, but to say on average when you offspring this on turn 4 you're losing 6 life is delusional. I think. You could get lucky. You could hit double lands. I mean, you could so easily just hit 2/3 drops in a row. Hell, how many games would you hope that the top of your deck is like a 3 drop and a 4 drop? You would hope the top of your deck's a 3 drop and
I,
a 4 drop.
I think in general yes, but I think not in this set. I
Yeah,
think the average drops are
this
so
set is
low.
lower.
It's I'm saying in this set, on average, like in other across formats, no, absolutely not. Like for instance, in Thunder Junction, yeah, this just kills you a lot of the time.
I think it's
But
gonna kill you a lot of the time in this too, but
interesting.
it's drawing you a lot of cards. It depends on how much life gain that you have too. But I mean, like,
So I will say everything else we've seen, like there's been like 2 or 3 cards like we talked about at the beginning of this that lose you life in common and uncommon in black specifically, but like in white, black, and white, there's been a ton of like life gain in bats
there has been. I know.
in
I'm just
terrain.
saying there's a lot of depends, but it's very bold. I think it's very bold to offspring this on 4. I mean,
Agreed.
you have to swing. It's kind of weird because you have to just absolutely swing like Devil May Care at them.
Hmm.
Like once you start that, but then you also like can't block because like you just can't sit back with this. It will kill you if you just sit back with it.
Yeah, for sure.
So you have to be attacking, but then you can't block. Or maybe you just hang back the 1/1 to block.
Yeah, probably.
You're like, I'll just chump with the 1/1 after it
Because
gets its first draw.
then when you're attacking and losing life and triggering your other things with all the bats we've seen, like you're draining them and gaining it back, and you just block with the 1/1, and who cares? Because then you're playing the other things you just drew.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's certainly led to a lot of discussion here. I'll say that.
I
Um,
like it. I mean, I'm gonna play this card.
yeah, I think this card's a B, maybe a B
Yeah,
plus.
I would have said a B. Yeah,
It might be a B plus. Just drop it on 3, and it's probably a B plus.
yeah. I think there are gonna be plenty of times when this card feels terrible and it's turn 6 and you've had a slow game and you're like, oh, this is gonna
Also,
probably kill me.
I will say there's almost if I have this in my hand turn 3, I am almost never waiting till turn 4 to play it. I cannot imagine the game where I'm waiting till turn 4 to play it because you don't necessarily need that headache. Like just start getting your value earlier, and don't stress yourself out. Right? Is this me?
Yeah,
Iridescent Vine Slasher. A
like
1/2
sure.
Vine Lasher. Iridescent Vine Lasher. A 1/2 for 1 black Lizard Assassin at rare. Offspring 2. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, it deals 1 damage to target opponent. That is aggravating.
Yes, it is.
This seems pretty good. Seems pretty good with fetch lands. Seems pretty good with fetch lands. Seems like if you play one of these on turn 1 and then on turn 3 you play another one, then your fetch lands are doing 6 damage to your opponent.
Alright, brother.
That, Okay, so in Limited, how good is this? It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's like a B-. Because
you're just sitting back and building board.
You're always offspringing it, right? Like, I'm never dropping this on 1. You're never dropping this on 1. This thing costs 3. Only in some constructed format are you doing it on 1 if you have another one to then do on 3.
Is there Evolving Wilds in this set?
No. No, there's no fetching of lands in this set. There was that rampant growth thing, but
yeah.
So, I still think this is like a B-. This is good for just like 4 damage and is 2 bodies for blocking, and it's basically a 2/3 for 3 that hits your opponent for like 4 to 6 directly, probably, and then can double chump or something. Can maybe get pumped for being a lizard. Maybe lizards matter. Wasn't there the thing they gave all your lizards like +1/+0 and death touch or some shit like that? I mean,
there is actually one sack land that we haven't seen yet. Rare.
Oh, and rare.
Fabled Passage.
Oh, Fabled Passage reprint. Okay, well that works. Yeah, I would say this is like a B- to a B in Limited. It maybe could even be better than that. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe it's just a B+. Maybe you're just happy with a 1/2 and a 1/1 for 3, and it even just getting them for 2 damage is good. Man, that Pyroclasm might actually be pretty good. one red just to get rid of a lot of this nonsense.
Yeah, because it's blowing up.
Yeah.
Rabbits, it's blowing up mice. I think it really is.
It might be good.
Like
Wasn't
mice are up at.
Its gift was like let your opponent draw a card to just do 1 more point of damage to 1 creature.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wild. Yeah, I think this definitely has legs in other formats. This is exceedingly frightening in other formats.
Yes, I agree.
Like, which is like I wonder if you can actually do this in like the Omnath deck or something weird. Like, I wonder if you can just almost one-shot your opponent. Oh. Like, imagine you're in a deck that just lets you play more lands.
Yeah.
Obviously, like Azusa Exploration.
I was gonna ask, is Azusa in Modern?
Maybe. I don't think anyone's really doing that, but there's a lot of way to ramp lands. A lot of ways to get many lands in play. Heck, there's even that Pioneer deck that does the thing right now where just like dump reanimate lands. I think that's Pioneer. It's like it plays like that excavation, that new excavation card. But anyway, yeah, I like it.
Maha.
So this card's good.
Maha. This card is so cool. All right. Also, did you listen to the story?
No.
So Maha is kind of like the main baddie that's actually just a sweet mother. It's Feather's Knight, 3 and 2 black for a 5-cost legendary creature, elemental bird, calamity beast, 6/5. Its wingspan reaches from dusk till dawn.
Yeah.
It brings darkness wherever it goes. And it is a flying trample ward, discard a card. Creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1/1.
Or just base toughness 1. They still have whatever power, but.
Oh yeah, base toughness 1. But a 6/5 trampler for 5, pretty cool. That's also a fire.
This card is too strong for Limited, is how I would describe it.
Yeah. Is it S? Is it S?
Yeah. I mean, it's A+S, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely the best card we've seen. It's probably the best card, period.
Probably.
It wins you the game immediately. It immediately 0 for 1s your opponent if they try to remove it. And it has a chance to just make all of your opponent's creatures die, like, immediately. And they have damage marked on them, by the way. Like, after combat, it just kills them.
Immediately.
Yeah. In other formats, like, -1/-1 effects, static effects,
Totally.
spells, or static effects, or something that can shoot stuff for 1 damage pretty easily. Yeah, this seems like it has legs and stuff because it doesn't seem
Yeah,
weak
and if
on.
they,
It's weak to board wipes.
yeah, and it also there's not that many things that are that big, obviously, in this set, but this also does get things that were out of range of the -2/-2
Yeah,
in this set to
that's true.
that
I
easily.
mean, it
Because
whenever
there isn't a -1/-1, which I feel like we see that in a lot of sets, like a generic -1/-1 to everything.
whenever a creature's only downside is it's weak to board wipes, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, S plus. Osteomancer Adept. 1 and a black for a heavy metal squirrel warlock. Death touch 2/2 for 2. Alright, so playable. Tap until end of turn. You may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging in addition to playing their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, it gets a finality counter so that you can't loop it. So this is a fixed underworld breach on a stick for only creatures.
Yeah.
Seems very good. Seems exceptionally good.
Yeah.
Seems very annoying to play against.
Yeah.
Because every creature that dies, you can just, assuming you have fodder
Bring it
to
right
exile or food in play, it just comes back.
Yeah.
Once, then it is exiled.
I mean, obviously, this is. I mean, you're not going to be able to forage if you're doing this constantly. Um, but also, there has been a ton of ways to make food. Like if you had like a really good engine for making food.
This is like a
Green.
it's like a B plus to A minus, right? And a 2/2 death touch for 2 is already like a strong C plus, and then you do this thing once and it's a B plus to an A minus.
Yeah.
So if you do it twice, it can also just run away with the game.
Yep. Ooh, I get another one.
Yep.
The Rotten Mouth Viper, 5 and a black for an elemental snake 6/6. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may sacrifice any number of non-land permanents. It costs 1 less to cast for each permanent sacrifice this way. Whenever the Viper enters or attacks, put a blight counter on it. Then, for each blight counter on it, each opponent loses 4 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent or discards a card.
We've seen that trichotomy, right? Lose life, or sack a non-land permanent, or discard a card.
Yeah.
This one is not non-land, non-token, so they can sack food or 1/1s, or discard land.
I mean,
So
I don't even think you have to sack this for this to be good.
this also wants you to like sack 1/1s potentially. It's any number of on-land permanents, so also could sack food, as well. Any little tokens. Let's say on average you're sacking one thing for this, maybe 5 mana,
Yeah,
6/6 that does a little something when it comes into play. But then the thing is, the first time this attacks, it has 2 blight counters
Yes.
and 3 total blight counter triggers, which that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot, and it keeps going up. So this is mythic, fortunately. So yeah, this is probably an A.
Yeah, this is an A. I mean, like 2 blight counters on this, and that's
I mean, yeah, you're
2 cards, sacrificing 2 things, losing 8 life, or any combination of those.
the super grown test is when you do the this with white, the carrot cake, or make the 3 1/1s. Because
Yeah.
either one of those would let you pay this on, like, this on turn 4 is exceptionally gross.
Oh.
And with either one of those,
You have to murder it immediately.
yeah, with either one of those options,
Card murder.
yeah, you're even left with a 1/1 at the end of it. With either one of those, because you just sack 2. The carrot cake's even better because you get another scry as well. So yeah, this is probably like an A. Dies the removal. Really good. Scavenger's Talent. I get all of these. 1 black mana enchantment class. When Whenever one or more creatures you control die, you turn into a food, but only once each turn. And 1 and a black, whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. So that really gets Forage going, if you want it to. Because, like, you can Forage by sacking a food, which then powers the next Forage, right, with your graveyard. And then for 2 and a black, we make it all the way to level 3. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents. If you do, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter. So this has I really don't like that its ability, the first one's ability, triggers only once each turn. Because if it didn't, you have potentially a really cool card, like even in Commander and stuff.
Yeah, agreed.
But because of that, I'm kind of off of this, right? Like,
You can do it on each person's turn.
if you're really really deep in foraging, maybe this is playable. It does reanimate, but there's like not huge things to reanimate either. I guess funnily you could reanimate the thing that makes a food.
Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, I think there seems to be a lot. Like, I mean, there's a lot of forage payoffs, and this is just guaranteed getting them for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of off of this to start, but
yeah, I don't know.
I'm certainly not taking this any sort of early. If I'm already in forage and this is presented to me with like the 7th pick, yeah, maybe then.
What is this in a heavy forage deck?
A C.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. I would guess a C.
I don't even know what to rate it.
Oh, I get this one too.
C+. Yeah, no, this is yours.
Because we made the agreement. 3 black. Choose up to 5 paws worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. 1 paw. Each player sacrifices a creature. So this can just be a sack 5. Right? Kind of a board wipe. Draw a card for each creature you control that died this turn for 2 paws. And for 3 paws, each opponent loses X life, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, which does not care about however many creatures died. So in limited, in your token deck, this card is just the absolute most cracked if you're in like white black and have white tokens and your opponent doesn't, and you're like, how about we both sack 3, I'll sack 3 1/1s and draw 3, you sack 3 real creatures. Like, that's the absolute pie in the sky blowout of this, right? Because this is where the ordering really does matter, because the second one sees the creatures you just sacrificed. It's also just a pseudo board wipe, right? But in both cases, I think you want to be in creature tokens for both the top 2 modes. But it even has flexibility out that side of that, right? Like, you could just you could sack your creatures away like into combat where you know they have to at least do 1 trade, right? And then just blow up the rest of the board and you draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that seems very good. Like, that seems very good. Like, imagine they have 4 creatures, you have 3 creatures. You know if you attack with everything, one of them trades and your other 2 get eaten. Well, now they have 3 creatures and you have none. Blow up the rest of their 3 creatures, you draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
Crazy. For 5. Yeah, I would say this is like an A to an A+.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
it's just very strong.
It reads to me like a board wipe with a lot of upside, potentially. Could just win you the game.
Yeah, late in the game, could just deal 8 to them.
Yeah, it could. Well, yeah, you could like attack out, then do sacrifice 2, intentionally choose 2 real creatures rather than tokens, and then drain them for 6. Right? Like, that's not even far fetched. This might just be an A+. This is like downside board wipe that gets around indestructibility even, by the way. Like, really good board wipe is its floor. And winning the game, drawing 3 or more cards, like...
I would love to saltily, like, get blown out in combat with a trick, and then just be like, sacrifice it.
This might be really good, period. Like, even in other formats.
Yeah.
It was worth considering.
Yeah.
Wow, was not expecting that to be that big of a slam dunk. Yeah, I think that's an. I think that. I mean, okay. Here's a comparison. This destroys Maha.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This. So I was about to say this is the best card we've seen next to Maha, and then I was like, wait, this actually is much better than Maha if you compare them like side by side, right, versus each other.
Yes.
Okay, so black coming strong on the high end there.
Yeah.
Oh, this card.
Yeah. Valley Rock Caller, 1 and a black for a Squirrel Warlock 1/3. It has Menace. Whenever Valley Rock Caller attacks, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats you control.
Other, at least. It is other. So it does not count itself.
Yeah.
Did they errata that? When they first showed this, was it not... Did it have other?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was always other. That'd be too right?
Yeah, it would for sure be too broken if it wasn't other. I want to say it wasn't other. Anyway. Well, now I'm kind of thrown for a loop because I don't remember it saying other, but...
It's still very strong. I mean, this is nuts and bats, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely very good. But we were thinking about in constructed, like, since it's not legendary, like, you play if this didn't say other, you just play 2 of these, and they're both draining for 2 when they attack. Yeah, but yeah, it does have to attack, but it does have menace, so it's hard to block. Combat tricks, obviously at a premium here, again with this. We've seen that now also for several creatures. Several small creatures that want to attack, premium for just like instant speed nonsense that you can do. How good is this? Is this like a B minus? B? Is it a B?
Yeah.
So what the typical... So ideally you play this turn 2. It gets in for 2 early, right? It's going to drain them for 1, hit them for 1, gain you 1. So a 3 life swing early, and then you probably aren't using it for a long time until it drains for 5. Right, the next time you attack with it. That's the idea. Squirrels are really the only... I guess rats can go kind of wide. Squirrels can go kind of wide.
The bats seem like they can...
Bats seem like they go the least wide to me. Like
they have a lot of the payoffs for the drain.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they love the draining part. Yeah, I would say this
like
is...
The other like ones, you're getting more damage in, but I feel like the bats you're actually getting
I mean, this card's frightening as hell. If you have it with combat tricks and you're just like ramming them down, yeah, this could be like a B+. I'm thinking maybe too much of its failure case. Its failure case is like a B-, and it's like amazing case is like B+, A-. Yeah. Wick the World Mind. What? World.
Whoa.
World. Warled? Anyway.
World.
3 and a black for a 2/4 Rat Warlock, legendary Rat Warlock at rare. When it or another rat you control enters, you make a 1/1 black snail token if you don't have a snail. Otherwise, you put a 1/1 counter on a snail you control. So, kind of like, what's his name? The hamster. Pay a Grixis, commander out of 10, sacrifice a snail. It deals damage equal to its power to each opponent, then draw cards equal to the sacrificed creature power. It is Minsk and Boo.
It's Minsk and Boo.
I was like joking that it was like Minsk and Boo like, but then it just literally, the rest is Minsk and Boo.
Literally Minsk and Boo.
But a rat, warlock, and a snail. Which I get that this is like some kind of joke, but also feels very run out of ideas-y. Like how much it is so much like Minsk and Boo. Okay, so
yeah.
In limited, this is a 2/4 and a 1/1 for 4 that then makes the 1/1 a 2/2, so then it's like a 2/2 and a 2/2 for 4, because you're really not doing the sacrifice thing.
No, probably not.
So this is like a C. plus.
Yeah.
C plus.
Yeah. It's a C plus, and if you have weight, like we've said many times, like there are several things that buff
It's probably
or can mana filter. So like there's
it's
a
probably
case
a B
you can do
minus.
this.
It's probably a B minus. Like, this snail can get out of control. You just sit there. You just sit there. You don't do anything with the 2/4. The snail just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's probably like a B minus to a B.
Okay.
Oh, we're to red.
Artist's talent, 1 in a red. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay. 2 in a red. Non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And then 2 in a red again. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals that damage plus 2 instead.
I'm going to say F.
Yeah, I mean, it does nothing. It does nothing, and then does nothing again, and then does nothing again. So you have to have if you had like a crazy engine already going, and this is funsies in there, cool. But like, your deck isn't good because of this.
I think this is an F in everything. I don't ever want to do this. I don't ever want to spend 5 mana to have the privilege of rummaging when I cast something else, but at least that something else costs 1 less.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. No, this is not good.
I guess it can make artifacts free. Or, yeah, I'm not. No. And, like, it doesn't even double the damage after, like, all of these steps.
It just
come on. What are we doing here? Get out of here. F. Byway Barterer. Love it. It's a 10 out of 10. 2 in a red for a 3/3 menace. That's pretty good. Whenever you expend 4, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. Okay, so this card is very good. Yeah, so this is like an A minus.
Yeah.
Like a 3/3 menace for 3 is like a very strong C plus to B minus, and then this
is some card draw in red.
Potentially just draws you 2 cards. You definitely want to be. I don't think you want to be like big green red. I'd actually be kind of interested in like red white with this. You know, I want to be like leaner. So I'm just really dumping. Man, if you're dumping your hand with this, because like discarding and drawing 2, because like once this expend triggers once, you're then basically 3 draws to being able to use 4 mana and do it again, right? So like in a deck that has like a lot of 2 and 3 drops in your deck, right? Or you can even afford like 1 drops. You're like drawing 3, play land, trigger it again, draw 3. That's it's very good.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
I got another one. Dragonhawk Fate's Tempest. 3 and 2 red for a bird dragon. It's a 5/5 flyer. When Dragonhawk enters or attacks, exile the top X cards of your library or X is the number of creatures you control with power 4 or greater. You may play those cards until your next end step. At the beginning of your next end step, Dragonhawk deals 2 damage to each opponent for each of those cards that are still exiled.
Okay. So it's until your next end step. So not your next turn, next end step. So, and it triggers off itself right when you play it.
You play it and attack.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so like right when you play this on turn 5, if you have something, let's say, that already had 4 power in play, you're exiling 2, you definitely cannot play them, but then it's just hitting them for 4.
Yes.
That's great. And it's a 5/5 flyer for 5. So it's maybe drawing you cards.
This is
an A plus. This is an A plus.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had another 4 power, you could have 2. It's possible. You could have 2.
Yeah.
It could hit for 6 right when you play it.
Yeah, that would be dope.
If you play, there was a 4/2 otter for 3. I'm pretty sure. Or no, maybe it was 4, which is why I was off of it. Yeah, it's an A plus. I mean, it's also just drawing you cards. Like, it's the fail case is drawing you cards. I mean, you can always choose just to not play them, just so it intentionally does damage. Like, you're like, is this card better than dealing 2 damage to their face? Yes or no? I won't use it if it's not. Like land, for instance. Right. Easy A+. Ember Heart Challenger. 1 in a red for a 2/2 haste. Mouse Warrior rare. With prowess. Okay. With Valiant. When it becomes the target of spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play it. This is the impulse draw we're looking for the uncommon blue spell that makes the prowess otter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Boy.
this card's just cracked open. It's like, this is like an A- to an A. I mean, it's a 2/2 haste for 2 with prowess. That's already what is that? It's already like a B minus to a B. Then it can just start drawing you cards. Again, you want to be really low to the ground. The cantrippy things. Red, white. Yeah. You fight. Like, play the 1 mana fight. Again, remember, there's a 1 mana fight that gives a 1/1 counter, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm completely lost my mind. Wasn't that a card? A common?
Yeah, I think it was in green, though, right?
It was in green. Yeah. But still, that makes this stupid thing a 4/4 and fight and maybe draws you a card.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yes, really. I think this is like an A- to an A, maybe even. It's wild. All right, you're good.
Festival of Shadows. 4 in a red for an enchantment. During your turn, you may cast instant and sorcery spells from your graveyard by paying 1 life in addition to their other costs. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. You can sacrifice it for 1 red. Huh.
5 mana is a lot.
5 mana is a lot. 5 mana is a lot. But it's an Underworld Breach-ish.
No, I mean it can't. It won't recur anything ever.
Well, it's not over and over, no. But
yeah, it just does.
It might be a good finisher.
You can sack it. That's the joke. Is it actually? If you have another recursion, right? You could, like, for instance, let's say you have a bunch of instants. You can play the instance and pay 1 life, and then with them all on the stack, you can sack this so that they go back into your graveyard. And then if one of those is able to recur this, the last one then brings it back into play. And funny. You start it over again. At the cost of a bunch of mana. Yeah, I think this is just a pretty obvious F in limited.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're probably good. Especially in red, which is obviously aggressive. Like,
yeah, I'm doing nothing on turn 5 so that I can start. Oh yeah, and it doesn't even let you double cast the spells that you cast after this because they're getting exiled. This is a hard F. Yeah. It's a hard F in everything. I'm sorry you're getting these bums. Well, I get Hearthborn Battler, 2 in a red for a 2/3 haste wizard warlock at rare. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, there's a second spell matters. It deals 2 damage to target opponent. So much ping.
Yeah, many a ping.
So much going to your opponent's face. Like that rat that does it. We've seen so many red cards do it. I mean, this is. I think this card is great because we've seen again so many of those cantripping things. And it's any player. It's your opponent too.
Yeah.
This card might be good in other formats.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So it's.
It's all.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like an.
This is like an A. This is really crazy because I think it might be. Yeah, because you play this, you play a second spell. Play it if it's after turn 3.
Yeah, you like turn 3 this and Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, yeah, and then surely they're playing 2 things probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, also in other formats, you can trigger it on every person's turn.
Like, are they like trying to push into like Pioneer or maybe even Modern, like just a pinging deck? Because I get with the fetch lands with that other guy, and like
Yeah,
this, you
yeah,
just
yeah,
have like
yeah.
so much little pinging damage. I don't know if there's any chance that could be good because you're competing with like a 5/6 on turn 3 or better. Um,
Well, on turn
in
three with
Modern,
that other one, you're playing that creature with offspring, and then turn four you play
yeah.
this in another spell.
I'm just saying, Modern is at such an absurd power level, you know.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Modern's
But Pioneer maybe in constructed or standard maybe. I think this is like an A in limited though, right? Like
yeah.
seems brutal. Oh, next page. Here you go.
Hired Claw. One red for a lizard mercenary 1/2. Whenever you attack with one or more lizards, Hired Claw deals more damage to target opponent. Uh, Pay one in a red, put a counter on a Hired Claw. Activate only if an opponent lost life this turn and only once each turn.
Okay. This card is oppressive. So the joke is, right, if you play this on one and they don't have a one drop, then you attack with it and you can just immediately activate it to make it a 2/3.
Make it a 2/3.
And then
Yeah.
if they don't play something that can properly block a 2/3, then you attack, it hits them for one more, and now you make it a
Yeah.
3/4. And it just keeps getting bigger itself. This is an
I,
ass beating on turn one.
yeah. Is this an A minus? Like,
It's
like
much
this
worse
is
not on
for
turn one.
for sure. Well, but all right. So turn three, you have another lizard already
Was
down.
was the unblockable a rat or a wizard? The unblockable 1/1, the Looterel core thing, was that a rat or a wizard? The unblockable 1/1 that loots, but
I think it was a rat. I think
if
it
you
was
have
a
a
rat.
threshold.
I was sure it was a rat.
I'd have to see how many more lizards because, like, I guess this isn't fully dead late game, right? Because that is a ping, but it is one or more, so it's not like you can play this and then like hit them for 5. Like that would be pretty broken.
Yeah.
But it can start growing, and it does let you get in some damage edgewise, right? Like a guaranteed hit for 1. That is reach. Like in 2 turns, I could see that getting there. Um, this can also be activated on your opponent's turn if they decide to get frisky and lose life on their turn.
Well, yeah.
They would have to do it themselves, basically.
Yeah.
Or no, that's not true because you're playing pingers. So this has even more, right? Because it can attack itself, get a counter, and then you could have like the 1/2, right? That on their turn you hit them, and if you have more mana, then this gets another counter.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh.
So maybe
Yeah.
it's actually
Right.
good because we've seen so much pinging, such an unbelievable amount of pinging. So yeah, I would say this is like a B plus to an A minus.
I am very glad this is not black because this would be oppressive with bat.
Bats gain health though, not really do damage.
Well, but they drain them. A lot of them drain them.
I think most of them were getting health. Maybe. I think it's the best in red just from how much pinging we've seen in red.
Yeah. I'm saying I don't think the bats need help. This is good.
Yeah, lizards that need some help. Manifold Mouse. Look at this. Look at this. Full blown hero. 1 in a red for a mouse soldier. 1/2. At rare. Offspring 2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target mouse you control gains your choice of double strike or trample.
Yep.
So the joke is you do it with the offspring, and now you're giving double strike and trample, which are great. But it's just a 1/2 for 2. And it's only mice. You could say it's a 1/2 double strike for 2 when you attack. Not blocking. So this is crazy with combat tricks, but needs a lot of mice. The offspring's pretty good.
I think this is going to be good in other formats. Like if you can get there with mice.
I don't think you can get there with mice in other
Standard.
formats.
In standard.
Yeah,
Maybe there's a
I would
standard
doubt
mice
it.
deck with all of this ice power.
Yeah, I would doubt it, but maybe. I'll say, but in limited, I don't even know how good this is. If you have and this is like a mouse build around, right? I don't think it's good enough at all on its own, unless you. I guess if you also have a bunch of combat tricks, like if you have at least one. I mean, if Giant Growth is actually also in this set at common rarity, then I'm very high on this card. Because then we have that ridiculous uncommon one, and that one, and there was the white cantrip that gives you +1 attack, and there was the red bite that gives you +1 attack, and then there is a green bite that costs less the number of raccoons that you have, or whatever.
Yeah.
That also gives +2/+0 in bites. And then there's the fight effect with +1/+1. So, yeah, I think this is probably this is like a build around mouse or build around green combat tricks or white combat tricks. Because even like that white go wide pump is pretty good with this. So yeah, this is probably just like a B- to a B, just straight up.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's trying to do something. It's hard to do in limited.
You're probably not playing this in blue-red spells. But in most other red decks, I think this is probably pretty good.
Yes.
Maybe not red-black either. But I'm glad I took that one season to get all the other ones.
Yeah. Season of the Bold. 3 and 2 red for a sorcery. Once again, you get 5 paws towards the mode. For 1 paw, create a tapped treasure token. For 2 paws, exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play them. And for 3 paws until the end of your next turn, whenever you cast a spell, Season of the Bold deals 2 damage to up to 1 target creature.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah.
So ideally, you're doing the bottom 2, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's...
Yeah, I think yeah, this is hilarious. I mean, this is hilarious in the Spell Slinger deck if you do the bottom 2. I think there's also like a strong argument for, like, if you're in one of the fast decks, like if you're in red-white, like doing, like you're getting late in the game, you're running out of gas, you do two of the 2s and 1 treasure token.
Yeah, and
you cast a bunch of stuff out of exile.
I could also see a world too where you're like in red blue and you have that otter draw card spell or whatever, so you're actually like flush on spells, and you're like, I'm gonna make 2 treasures and pick the last one. I'm just like, next turn, best believe I'm about to cast like 7 spells, or like six spells, because I'm like,
you got your 4 draw spells with the otters, and
you're right. Yeah, you're just like ottering. You have like all the cantrips, and you're like blinking stuff. So you're like, shoot your whole board, prowess a billion. Good luck. Yeah. So yeah, I think there's a lot of play here in limited. I'm higher on this in limited than I think I am this in like other formats. Maybe the draw for make a treasure is good enough in other formats. I don't know.
I will say it's not a may shoot, so like at some point you would have to shoot your own things.
No, it is a may. It's up to.
Sorry.
The tricky may. Yeah.
Yeah, the tricky may. Not literally may, but yeah.
Yeah, effectively may. Mother may I. Yeah. So this is like an A. I don't think it's quite an A+ though, right? Maybe it is an A+.
No.
Maybe just because it can shoot their board.
I don't think it's an A+ because there's not as. Some of the other ones are like, this affects the board right now. Yeah. You had a Psych Rift, you had a bunch of sacrificing.
Yeah, this one does nothing basically immediately.
This does nothing immediately, but has a very strong possible next turn.
If you have 6 mana,
you don't lose.
If you have 6 mana, it could do something immediately, right? Just like that 1 mana cantrip, just like bolt something the same turn, because it lasts until the end of your next turn, but it also happens immediately.
Yeah.
So you could shock
Keep
something.
That's relevant, sure.
Could be.
Hey.
I wish if the treasure tokens weren't tapped. Whew. Yeah, I think it's an A.
I think that'd be too good.
Yeah, I think they agree with you. Well, I think it would be too good just on the face of just being able to make 5 treasures. Because if you cost reduce this at all, and it could get mana positive.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Storm Splitter. 3 in a red.
I am interested for you to read this card.
I get all the hasty cool creatures, so I'll take it.
Yeah, this
Storm
is a good one.
Storm Splitter, 3 in a red for a 1/4 haste. They all have little attack and big butts because these are all feisty little creatures. Otter Wizard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a token that's a copy of Storm Splitter. Exile that token at the beginning of the next end step. Oh, so that goes... The joke is that goes exponential.
Yes, yes.
That's the joke. So this is like
They all have haste.
a weird sort of prowess. Yeah, that's the joke.
So if you play this on 4, and you can cast 3 things on 5, you have...
Which isn't far-fetched.
It's just not far-fetched.
So hold on, let's see. So the first one you get 2. The second one you get 4, so then 8.
4. Yeah.
So 8, which isn't far-fetched because like you could very realistically say on turn 5 you pay like the 2-cost draw 2 and then like one other 3-cost spell that's been reduced or a 2-cost spell that's been reduced to 1 and then one of the cantrips as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's swinging with 8 of these things.
Probably 7 because you're not swinging with the original.
Yeah, probably not. And maybe you can do something else with them as well somehow before you have to sack them. Like an insane. This is actually pretty crazy for like some sacrifice outlet thing. Like imagine it's a token that's a copy. So I believe that token will have mana cost. So like if there was something that said like sack a creature and it didn't care if it was a token and like get something back equal to its mana cost, right? Or like generate mana. Like, I would have to read Food Chain. Like, does Food Chain care if it's a token? Probably not, because tokens normally have 0 mana cost. But I'm pretty sure this does copy the mana cost of it. Because it's specifically this card. Like, it's copying a specific card.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe this is, like, almost goes infinite with, like, Food Chain or stuff like that, or...
You know what it's really funny is Intruder Alarm. Right? Because that's when a creature enters the battlefield, untap everything.
Sure. Well, you have to have a reason to tap your stuff with, like, Cryptolith Right. Well, Cryptolith Right gives the creatures the ability, but they have haste. So yeah, that's a pretty... That's a way to make infinite mana.
Untap all your artifacts.
Yeah, I think there's another way to... I wouldn't do it with Intruder Alarm. I think there's another way to, like... I mean, just Cryptolith Right itself with this is pretty silly. Because it just keeps making more and more mana because they all have haste.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, you just keep... If you have something that can draw cards with mana, you just basically have infinite. Okay, so we're getting way in the weeds with this. It obviously has all sorts of infinite potential in other formats. Maybe even, like, standard... You know, you can just chain together enough spells where this just one-shots your opponent pretty easily. And limited.
In that Rao deck.
It seems great in limited.
A Rao deck. Modern?
I don't know about modern, because it costs 4 is a lot for something that does basically nothing immediately. In limited, I would say this is probably like a B+. A B to B+, but it's built around you need a lot of cheap spells. It's got a decent sized butt, but it is also turn 4 do nothing, more or less. Which is like a significant cost, you know.
Yeah.
You have to have a lot of removal and stuff to do this, but it will do work. It will provide a lot of pressure. Alright, it's you.
Sunspine Lynx. Again, another calamity. 2 and double red for an elemental cat, 5/4. Players can't gain life. Damage can't be prevented. When Sunspine Lynx enters, it deals damage to each player equal to the number of non-basic lands that player controls.
So I think damage can't be prevented actually gets around indestructible, if I'm not mistaken.
It does.
Which is interesting.
It also This is interesting, obviously, in other formats because of things like the One Ring meta.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's
Because it
true.
also it says fun. You played the One Ring,
Yeah.
take a bunch of damage, and I'm still gonna hit you in the
And
face.
it's doing that damage to you, and that damage can't be prevented. Yeah, this definitely feels like it is pushed at older formats.
Yeah, because I mean, in limited, this is a 5/4 for 4 that does probably no damage from what we've
Yeah.
seen.
Well, I don't know.
Very little damage.
Those
Those
non-basic lands are
uncommon
pretty
lands.
nuts. Those uncommon lands
Yeah,
are
those not yeah, people will
pretty
be playing
good.
them. They could sack them in response, or like one or two of them they can sack in
That's true.
response.
So it's doing like 1 or 2 damage. It's doing like 1 damage some games,
Yeah, yeah,
but it's just a 5/4 for 4. This is like a B minus, I think, in limited. I think it's just solid and limited. But
yeah.
yeah, interesting to see another. Like I can imagine this thing coming in and like hitting your opponent for 4. You know, has chances. Valley Flamecaller, 2 and a red for a 3/3 Lizard Warlock. If a lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals that much damage plus 1 instead. And it counts itself, so it's basically a 4/3. Um, and it's anything, permanent or player.
Yeah.
So this seems really good.
Yeah, this is just very good.
Again, with those pingers, the darn pingers,
Yeah.
this is actually full on Insogne with anything that pings.
Yeah.
It's just game. I think this is actually absurdly good because of how much pinging
Yeah.
we've seen.
Yes.
Like, this
Well,
is gross.
not only that, but like your blockers are doing one more damage.
Oh, it's not rats. So it doesn't actually work with the black pinger, the black other rare. It's another rare, but it doesn't work with that.
Yeah. Still.
Presumably the red tappers were lizards or otters. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yes, for sure.
And the goblin wizard, I'm pretty sure, was a lizard or otter as well. The one with offspring that pings whenever you do a non creature spell. Yeah, this is like an A, I think.
Yeah, this is an A. This is so much additional.
It's an A.
Fireboard.
It's honestly maybe even an A plus, and it's just a rare. Like,
This is really oppressive.
yeah, because it like makes it makes your mice crack too. Like it makes all your
Yes,
1/1s
yes.
like 2/1s. It's just a
Yes.
3/3 for it's again it's a 4/3 for 3.
It makes that double striker. That with the double striker.
Oh yeah,
You know how.
yeah.
This
This is an 8A plus. This is probably the best rare we've seen. I don't
is
know.
nuts.
We did. I think that
Aha's insane.
the other super lord. Well, that was a mythic. I'm saying rare.
Rare.
The other like cluster lord or whatever. Remember the
Yes,
one that
the
like
cluster
buffs all
lord,
the
yeah.
mice and rabbits and stuff.
Birds. Yeah.
Imagine you get both of them, and the mice are double buffed between this and the other one, and they buff each other as well.
That'd be rough.
It's wild to me that it doesn't say another either. The fact that it works for itself. Why not? All right.
Yeah. Fecund green shell.
Yep.
Fecund. 3
Fecund.
and 2 green. For another calamity. It's a 4/6 reach. As long as you control 10 or more lands, creatures you control get +2/+2. Whenever Fecund green shell or another creature you control with toughness greater than its power enters, look at the top part of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, put it into your hand.
Okay.
So weird.
So it's a 4/6 reach for 5 that ETB ramps you or draws a card. A. And then if you full on Yahtzee, I'll say we have seen a lot of 1/3s,
Yeah.
which triggers this again. So it's not even a full on Yahtzee. You can very much get to 10 and draw a card. I mean, there's an abnormally large number of toughness greater than power. Like I would say that's almost the typical case in this set from what we've seen, right?
Yeah, probably.
like more
Maybe
often than not.
it's probably
Because 2-3s, like we've seen two
yeah,
threes, 1-3s.
no, we've seen a lot. We've seen a lot of them.
2-3 Blackflyer. Yeah, so this thing might just be proccing all the
All
time.
all all the bats, which this is not bat colors, but all the bats.
And it's a 4/6 reach, so they're not killing you through this. That draws you a card and ramps you maybe even twice every turn. This is an A+. I apologize to this green shell for my A slander. This is an A+.
Also, this is hilarious in like a wall commander.
It's not legendary, so you'd have to go get it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just play like
green walls.
You just play like the 1-mana 0/3 walls, or even the Phyrexian Walker, the 0-mana 0/3 artifact.
Yeah.
Procs it. Oh, this is funny. So this can actually go in my Alern commander deck because with Alern, anything that when you play it like will self bounce or whatever will just give me infinite draws with this. If I can get something that has biggest toughness than power that self bounces when it comes into play, this will give you infinite draws.
Bounce.
Infinite draws, infinite ramp. It does come into play tap, so it's not infinite mana. But
no, yeah.
It still is
silly.
Yeah, this is still an A+. It's ridiculous. Right. For the common good, XX green sorcery. All the art's just so good. XX green sorcery, rare. Create X tokens that are copies of target token you control. Then tokens you control gain indestructible until your next turn. Also, gain 1 life for each token you control. Okay. So X is 2, 5 mana. You're getting 2 copies of target token you control. So you have 3 tokens minimum. They're all indestructible. You gain 3 for 5.
It's hilarious with Rabbit Offspring.
I guess if you have
food.
If you have
ridiculous with food.
I don't think it's ridiculous with food. Just you're making 2 food for 5 mana and gaining 3 life. Yeah. Awesome. I feel like we haven't seen too many tokens that aren't 1/1s. Like even Offsprings are 1/1s.
Yeah, all Offsprings are 1/1s by nature.
I feel like almost every other token has been a 1/1, except for like the other rares that can make token copies of other creatures. Yes. I'd start this at an F.
You'd start it at an F?
I think so. You want to pay 5 mana to make 2 1/1s? And then give one of the 1/1s indestructible, the one that can attack, and then gain 3? Like, the ramp up from 5 is 7. Right. To get 3 1/1s for 7 mana? Like, gain 5 life or something?
Yeah, maybe this is only ever cool in, like, High in the Sky Commander things, where you can, like, double X.
I guess. I'm going to buff this period. It's pie in the sky if you have the blue season that can make token copies of something, and then you double those tokens with this.
Yeah.
Now we're cracking.
Yeah. But you're right.
F. I don't like it. You're good.
Innkeeper's Talent. 1 and a green. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control.
Okay.
Huh.
That's good.
It's already the best one we've seen.
One of the other ones was good, I think.
One of the other ones was for sure good, but this is just giving you a 1/1 every turn.
Yeah, it was good.
It's not till end of turn. This is a permanent 1/1 counter.
Yeah.
Hey, 1 more green. Permanents you control with counters on them have ward 1. And then, which is not bad, but then 3 of the green. If you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, put twice that many of each of those kinds of counters on that permanent or player instead.
Yeah. It gives all your planeswalkers ward 1. It's kind of funny. I just thought about that because of the doubling thing being obviously like the doubling season, immediately being able to ultimate your planeswalkers in Commander. I don't think this is actually broken in Limited, Gabe, because like you have to have a 1/1 to get anything actually out of this immediately, or you have to have a 1-drop.
Immediately.
But this will lead to like if you have that stupid lizard rare on turn 1 or whatever, right? Then you play this on 2, like yeah, you're feeling terrible.
Good.
Your opponent's feeling terrible. You're feeling terrible for your opponent. It does seem fine though. Like I can see this on turn 4. On turn 4, this seems pretty good.
Yeah,
like a 2-drop in this.
Yeah. Also, my feeling is like in rabbits, especially like where you're generating so many tokens consistently. Like you've got a wide enough board that even if they're trying to like rush you down, you're just like stacking tokens on something or spreading the love around as you're like slowly building up this army that's just getting bigger inevitably.
Yeah, like I said, I like it. I don't think it's really a turn 2 play. I mean, there is that really good green common 1-drop that is the 1/3 for 1. I'm playing that with this, you know.
Yeah.
The word 1 is not nothing. Like that could be a pain in the ass as well. But like the thing is that this final level like also doesn't feel like it's winning you the game. It does up this to 2 1/1 counters, but it still feels kind of slow. Like I kind of wish this drew me a card in some way instead of doing what it does. But
I mean that would be very good.
So what is this? This is like a C+, B-. It's not really better than that though, right? I mean,
yeah, it's probably a C+.
Like how many 1/1 counters do you feel like you've gotten a card out of this? 3.
3.
So, assuming you're not playing this turn 2, you're playing it turn 4. You feel good about it on turn 7, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Again, but it does have the Yahtzee of going with. We've seen some pretty good 1-drops. If you do play a good 1-drop with this, that's pretty gross.
Yeah. Also, if you have ways to like make these 1/1 counters in other ways, and like we've seen it with these like other spell like that. Like
again the 1-drop.
This is a silly payoff. Yeah.
Again,
really silly payoff.
The 1-drop that does it his own self. Keen-eyed Curator, double green. I feel like there's like a weird cycle of double colored spells here.
Yep.
Oh, this is the green special though. It's a 2-mana 3/3. Alright, so Keen-eyed Curator, 2 green for Raccoon Scout at rare. It's a 3/3. As long as there are 4 or more card types among cards exiled with it, it gets +4/+4 in trample. Okay. Exile target card from a graveyard for 1 colorless.
Graveyard.
No tap. No tap, no cap. And 4 is not a difficult amount of things to exile.
No.
Of types. You need a little help in Limited, I guess. And Constructed is definitely not hard. In Limited, you need a little help because, like, lands are hard to get there, right?
Yeah.
You have instant sorcery creature. And then artifacts, enchantments are also hard to get there. If you're very heavy green, this is like a B-, I would say. Because this is heavy anti-forage as well.
Heavy.
Anti-threshold, anti-forage. We've seen a couple flashback even. It's just this casting cost, right? But you even feel fine about playing this on turn 3, honestly. Like, play it on turn 3 and exile one of your things, just like straight up, you know?
Yeah.
So I kind of view this as like 1 green with maybe you just spike on double green and heavy green. And I doubt this is going to be a 7/7, but if it is, it's just ridiculous. So yeah, I think this is like a B-. To if you're extremely heavy green, it's like a B+.
Yeah.
Oh. There you go. You get all of these. You get all of these.
Yeah. They're mine. I am the calamity. Bloomburrow, Bellow of the Woods. Yeah. 4 and 2 green for a legendary creature, Elemental Bear. Star, Vigilance, Reach. Bloomburrow, Bellow of the Woods. Power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. When it enters mill 4 cards, then return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool in other formats.
So it's like an old school card. It's like Vigilance and Reach because Trample would be too good, and it's star equal to the lands you control, and then it's like ramp 4. You know, old school Magic meets new school Magic. Bring back all my fetch lands.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Also, like, this feeds the hell out of the Squirrel deck. Because
Yeah. Yeah.
you're already hopefully milling with squirrels. The idea, so like, even if you're foraging foods instead of your graveyard, maybe you can just play this and dump a bunch of lands back into play.
It fills your graveyard. It ramps you some. It's big. It's almost impossible to kill you through because it also has reach. It's vigilance. So you can apply pressure and still be hard to kill you through. It's just like an A. I don't think it's quite an A plus, but it might be an A plus.
I don't think it's an A plus just because sometimes it's not going to do that much, but
it's an A.
It's probably almost always it's a 6/6.
Yeah, I would say almost always it's a 7/7 because you're gonna hit one land out of those 4 cards.
Yeah. Highly likely.
Yeah. Yes, this is like an A.
Yeah.
It might be bordering A plus.
Yeah, it might be because as of right now, it's probably the biggest thing. Period.
Yeah. All right, Mist Breath Elder. I get little guys again.
Ooh,
one green mana for a frog warrior. Again, the art's so good. It's a rare. It's a 2/2 for 1 green. Savannah Lions, eat your heart out. At the beginning of your upkeep, return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. That's not optional. If you do, because you might not be able to, put a 1/1 counter on it. Otherwise, you may return it to its owner's hand. Wait, at the beginning of every... So it's not a May.
It's not a May.
If you do, why would you want to bounce it? If you do, put a 1/1... So you have to bounce something else. It gets bigger. But you can choose to stop doing that to return it to your hand. But then it loses all of its counters. This one's weird. Obviously, the joke is like you're bouncing and you're pseudo-blinking your stuff. And this keeps getting bigger. Like, why would you return this to your hand? That's what I'm struggling with here.
Well, so when you play it, you're not doing... Like, obviously, you don't do this the turn that you play it. And it triggers on your upkeep.
Right.
So you literally do nothing playing this turn.
It is a 3/3. Oh, no. Only if you return something. So it's still just a 2/2.
Still just a 2/2.
But you could return it to your hand.
Yes.
But you wouldn't. I just don't understand when you would return this to your hand. If you want to stop having to bounce something, it's just like an outlet so it doesn't lock you out of the game.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't... This is really hard to evaluate for limited.
Yeah. I feel like this is either going to be sneaky good or completely useless and terrible.
I mean, it has its own outlet, but then, like, if you can't replay it, you're, like, down a card, but maybe it's lets you blink something that lets you... I mean, if I...
You turn to play the frog, the blue-green frog,
yeah,
draws you a card.
the hybrid
and then
one.
Turn 3, you play this and something else, and then turn 4, you bounce the draw spell back to your hand, a 1/1 counter on your other side, play the draw. And it's very dirtily. It's very dirtily. But frogs have been very dirtily.
If I had 3 of those elvish visionary frog hybrid things, I would certainly play this and love it. I just don't know. I'm not touching this unless I'm so into bouncing my stuff. It might just be good. I just don't care to parse what it means when I bounce this to like exit its loop or whatever. I don't. We're past thinking about that.
It's an NA right now.
And maybe it's also good in other formats. I don't want to think about what this thing does. It seems dangerous. I don't know why you'd really make it. It's either bad or it's dangerous. Right, last one before we take a brief break.
Yep.
You're good.
Patch Recruiter. 1 green for
a lot of
Offspring
1
2.
drops.
It 2/1 Rabbit Warrior has trample. Whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control other than that creature. Huh. This is cool. This is weird. This is strong?
It's really strong when you offspring it, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's really strong when you offspring it. So, like, this is a lot of the time getting you at least 2/1/1 counters.
It's neat how many 1-drops there are, because it's like little creatures that you have all these rares. It makes me think the format's going to be really fast, though. Like, this card seems really fast.
Yeah, this card is very fast.
I mean, how often are you just dropping this on 1? It's a 2/1 trample. Versus waiting for 3. It's really good on 3. It seems also really good on 1.
It seems good on both. I mean, I think it just depends on your hand.
I mean, they're always killing this first. So you're only really getting 1 counter out of it unless you offspring. That's why I think, like, the offspring is good.
You ramp on 1, play this and the offspring on turn 2.
There's no 1 mana ramp, but
isn't that artifact a 1 mana ramp?
No, no, it just puts it on the top of your deck.
Oh, it was 3. That was 3. Yeah.
This so if you have 2 of them in play, it increases the damage. Oh no, it's other than that creature. So if you have both of these, if they kill one of them, the other one gets 2 1/1 counters.
Yeah.
Which seems broken. So maybe you're always actually playing this for 3. Because that, like, removes the fail case. Like, they can't effectively deal with it if you offspring it. Because they killed this one, the main one, but then the other one's the 3/3 that still has the stupid ability. And it has trample. Because they both trigger, and they both can be on the other one, because it's target creature other than that creature, the one that was targeted, which is the main one. So both of the abilities can target the offspring.
Yeah.
So this is an A, right?
Yeah. No, I think this is very good. Very annoying. And also, rabbits obviously want a bunch of tokens.
This
is one of the fastest tokens.
When you offspring this is close to giving everything, like, hexproof. Like, it's close.
Yeah, this is a ward you're not willing to pay.
Yeah, it can start to get away from you. You just have to be able to kill. You have to be able to kill a 2/1 and a 3/3.
You have to
on turn 4.
You have to board wipe.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Nailed it. Glad you caught that now.
Yeah. So now we have to start over. All right.
Run it back.
Yeah. Take 2. Mike's not blown out. I'm showing times changed. You're wearing the same shirt.
Yeah.
All right. Scrap Shooter. 1 in green for a Raccoon Archer rare. It's a 4/4. Gift a card. It has reach. And when it enters, if the gift was promised, so you let them draw a card, then you get to destroy an artifact or enchantment they control. So right off, this is a 4/4 reach for 3, is double green, and we're probably stopping there for limited. I don't, like, it has to be, I guess if there's, like, some crazy artifact or enchantment, right? I guess maybe that one that gives +1/+1, like, that's a big enough problem, right? If they're, like, in mice or something, or rabbits, and
yeah, just in any of the classes.
Yeah.
If they're printing value, this if they've synced 6 mana into it and taken up, like, turns to do it, I'm giving them a card to do that.
Yeah, probably. It's a fine option, right? It's purely upside on top of your 4/4 reach for 3. I mean, it's double green. That's the only downside of this card. Like, if this was single green, this is just Windmill Slam A, right? So it's probably like an A-. Maybe it would just be a Windmill Slam A-, and now it's like a B+. The fact that it has reach, I don't know. I would say this is still an A- to an A, because maybe the giving a gift does matter. And the reach, I think, is actually pretty big because, again, how do you... This is one of those cards like where you play it on turn 3, and yeah, I guess it's not winning the game for you because just 4/4s with no evasion just don't do that anymore, but it's keeping you from losing the game, almost certainly.
Yeah, and it's just a problem.
Yeah.
Like,
I would say
it's a 4/4. There's no flyers except for Maha. That's
I would say this is
able to kill this.
This is less of a problem and more of a problem solver. And I hate myself. I give it I give it an A minus to an A.
Yeah, yeah.
You get all the seasons. Man, I'm glad I stole that season from you.
Yeah, Season of Gathering, 4 and 2 green, so 6 for a sorcery. It's at Mythic, like all the others, and it's 5 paws worth of modes. So 1 paw, put a 1/1 counter on creature you control. It gains Vigilance and Trample until end of turn. Okay. 2 paws, choose artifact or enchantment, destroy all permanents of the chosen type. Okay. And then 3 is draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. Whoa.
Destroy all permanents of the chosen type is kind of wild.
Yes, yes.
Wow. Like, it feels commandery because of, like, that text, right? Like, blowing up all artifacts, but it also costs 6, which, like, isn't great. And, like, high-powered commander, I guess, and fun commander, this is good.
But, alright, in high-power commander, though, you can easily play this turn 4.
It's a sorcery, though. I mean, if people are generating a lot of artifacts, like, there's a decent chance they're winning it. It depends what you mean by high power commander. In CEDH, I don't. This ain't it.
Yeah.
And like
I wasn't
in your like, my deck's a 7 table. You know, it's probably pretty good. Although, if you do have that much mana on turn 4, you're probably using artifacts. I guess in green you could get there. You could accelerate.
Not green.
Yeah, you could use creatures and stuff. Yeah. I think this definitely sees some playing commander because I mean also just like drawing 6 or whatever seems good. So okay, sorry, I got carried away in commander there. In limited, so like how good is 5 +1/+1 counters, vigilance and trample? That's not great because that's like a pretty bad overrun, right?
Yeah.
Like +3/+3. It's not even a vigilance. Like, if it was a vigilance counter, I'd be kind of more into it. It's only a vigilance for that turn. So, like, you're kind of wanting to kill them that turn. That being said, putting, like, 1 or 2 of these with the additional upside. And I guess you can keep targeting the same creatures. So you could, like, +2/+2 on a creature and then draw cards, right? That's the most typical.
Yeah.
Surely.
Yeah.
So for 6 mana, how do we feel about, like, +2/+2... Vigilance and Trample on 1 turn and draw 6? Okay, that seems pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess they could kill... So even if they remove your strongest creature, which presumably you're targeting the counters on in response to this, let's say your fallback is drawing 3 and they had to use removal, I mean they still kill your creature. So they still 1-for-1 you, and then you like... So I guess my caution with this card is if you're playing this card, it'd be really nice to have like a 4/4 and a 3/3, right? So like even if they kill your 4/4 or whatever you're pumping, you're still drawing 3, and you could even in that case, you know, pump the 3/3 because you don't really need 6 cards. You're happy with 5 or 4 rather than 6 or 3, right?
I agree.
So yeah, but how good do you think
this also? I mean, I think this is an A.
It's an A?
Yeah, because like you're probably never doing the 2, but like double pumping something, giving them vigilance, trample, and then drawing probably 3.
So the reason I'm
you get stabilizer.
The reason I'm the most down on this is this one in limited specifically. It feels like it actually has no modes. It feels like it's 2 1/1 counters and the draw cards. Like, almost every time. It feels like that's what you're doing, right?
But like, if you're playing this in rabbits, I can also just see you've had like a quick hand. You've got a bunch of tokens already out, and then you
It
just
just
like
wins the game.
5-1,
Sure.
5-1-1 counters. I win the game.
Yeah, sure. You definitely take winning the game over drawing cards. But like it 5/1/1 counters is just like so much worse than overrun. Like overrun is +3/+3 and trample to
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
team for 5. Like this comparing this to overrun is extremely unfavorable in like the winning the game scenario, right? Or like just compare it to like the white spell that we saw, right? 4 mana +2/+1 and scry 2 or
Yeah,
whatever for 4
yeah.
at instant speed,
At
by
instant
the
speed.
way.
Yeah.
Like, so yes, this could win you the game, but as far as effects that do that go, this is way underpowered for 6 at sorcery. So that's why, again, I feel like it's really
Fair.
like the draw
Yeah,
card.
you want to draw cards, but I think having, especially with what we've seen in green, this much card
But let's
draw,
say,
I'm happy to have in my deck.
but let's say, oh, I'm not saying you're not happy to have it in your deck, but I'm just really trying to talk you down from an A here. Let's say you have this,
B
like,
plus, B
think
plus.
think of how bad this would feel though. Imagine you have one good creature, a 3/3 or a 4/4 in play. Your opponent has mana open, and you draw this. What do? You cast it, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, you
God,
precision.
if they have a removal spell, you just scoop, right? It's just like, man,
Yeah,
because you
yeah,
get
yeah.
nothing. You get actually nothing.
That's fair.
So I think this is actually a B, and I'm intentionally being low on it. Maybe a
Okay.
B plus
Interesting.
because there is some extra modality there. And if you do
Yeah.
have 3 features in play and you're drawing 3 cards, it's just dangerous. This card feels dangerous and has less modality than a lot of the other ones. The other ones are like more guaranteed cards, more guaranteed value. This is like, I guess I can blow up all artifacts or enchantments. Doubt that's relevant. I guess I can be a bad overrun. I hopefully can draw a bunch of cards. But yeah, on average, it's probably a B plus.
Yeah. I mean, I think also, I mean, you're doing this less, but I like that it's obviously modal, but you can also put the counters on the same creature. So like,
Yeah.
even it, I think there are
I
certain
think that's
situations
stock.
where,
I think
yeah,
normally you're
most of
going
the
to do
time.
+2/+2 on one creature in the last ability. Like I think that's the. Like I said, you have a
Yeah,
3/3
yeah,
and a
yeah.
4/4. You buff the 3/3 to a 5/5 and pick the last
Draw
ability.
5.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
either draw 5 or draw 4, depending on if they have
yeah.
removal or not. Which I mean, that's great. That's great. You know, if they kill the 5/5, then you've just paid 6 to draw 4, which is on par. You know, that's not even like crazy or anything. So yeah, B to B plus. So there was two 6 drops and 3 5 drops, right? The white, black, and red were all 5.
Yeah.
I don't even remember really what the white one did. The black one was like the black one was my favorite one. That's the one I actually got. It was like the sacrifice, draw cards, and drain them. Like draw
Yes.
cards equal to the number of
Snake.
creatures that died. And then the red one was like the impulse, the treasures, and then the shooting
Oh yeah.
creatures for every spell you cast. And the
Yep.
impulse and the shooting
Yes.
creatures was both until end of turn. What
Yep.
was the white one?
End of next turn.
Yeah, they were both end of next turn. But the impulse drawing and the shooting. What was the white one? It was make 1/1s. Play a memory game. Make 1/1s was the first one. Are you gonna look it up?
Just looking
Yeah. The blue one was drawing cards for 1, making copies of a creature you control. Maybe it was like creature or artifact you control for 2, and then 3 was like doubling all your tokens or something silly.
No, nothing like that. So 1 was making a 1/1. 2 was exiling a non-land permanent, and
But
then
they
the
draw a
controller
card.
draws a card.
Yeah.
And then 3 is return a permanent with card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the
With an
battlefield.
indestructible card.
Indestructible. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. And that one was 5, right?
Yes.
1 plus 5. Yeah, I was saying the blue one, the 1 was draw a card, 2 was make a copy of something. You remember what the third one was? Was it like double all tokens you control or something?
No, that was the Psych Rift.
Oh yeah. Return everything to their all non-land permanents, non-land, non-token permanents
permanents
to
onto
all
the
players' hands. Okay.
yes.
Yeah, so I guess the reason I want to say that because now I want to rank them. Now that we have them all fresh in mind, I think black is 1, blue is probably 2, red, white, green. That's how I would have them.
I would have them red. Yeah, maybe. I think they're all good though.
Yeah, they're all pretty good. They're pretty good because I think
They're
that
all good for limited.
for limited. The blue one just the blue one to me has just the silliest high end, right? If you just have one big creature, you're like 2 more of them and I draw. It's just wild, wacky. All right, tender wild guide. Oh, it's a possum. They're not very tender. The one in the back's kind of, which I guess is its offspring.
Domesticated.
Yep. 1 and a green. It's a 2/2 possum druid at rare. Offspring 2. It taps to add 1 mana of any color, and it taps to put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Yeah, this one we did see.
Whoa.
The very few spoilers we actually saw before doing this. Yeah, so this seems very good. Obviously, in limited, this is just straight broke. Like, Windmill Slam A. You would play 8 of these in a deck. Offspring 2 makes it better. I don't really think I'm ever doing that in limited if this is in my hand. Because, like, mana ramping on 2 in limited is so strong. Yes, on 4, it is better. But as we've seen, there's not a huge high end in this set, really. Like, you cap out at 6, and there's some X spells. But even the X spells aren't like, they don't even feel like true X spells.
Green is the only one that has like bigger spells, like the moose and like.
That was still just 6.
The big turtle. Yeah, I mean 6 I know is not like a ton, but also it's giving you options to spend mana, additional mana.
I mean, if you
counters essentially.
And if you offspring this, you're probably interested in getting them both bigger as well than just using their mana. Like, one gets mana, one gets bigger.
Sure.
Again, feels very dirtily. Like, green feels... This is green blue stuff. Because, like, tapping and put a counter on this is great if you're going late game. But you have to stop ramping to do that. So you're, like, really in the late game by the time you're putting counters on this. Again, this is still just an A in limited. How about other formats? It's not a 1 mana ramper, but it is in the conversation. If they hadn't just printed that damn snake, I would say this is in the conversation for the best 2 mana ramper of all time.
What, Lotus Cobra?
No. The thing from Modern Horizons, the one that just ramps 4 if you have a creature with power 4 or greater. The Naga or whatever. With Eternal Eyes.
I mean, this is very good, obviously, and it synergizes what. Like, if I care about counters in a any sort of other deck, this is gonna be a ramp.
Yeah, you're right. It has counters energy for stuff. I mean, poor Utopia Tree, eat your heart out. I loved Utopia Tree back from Invasion because I was a huge Birds of Paradise fan. It was like the closest thing to Birds of Paradise. So Utopia Tree, if you don't know, Gabe, it's 1 and a green. It's a 1 and a green 0/2 that taps to add 1 mana of any color. And it actually was, like, pretty good because we didn't really have other stuff like that. And the art for it was great. So I have a foil Invasion Utopia Tree. Which was way too expensive, but power crept to oblivion. Anyway, slam dunk. You're taking this every time in limited. Let's get real.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, Thorn Vault Forager, 1 and a green. Got another ramper. Taps for a green, not any mana. If you forged, add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Whoa. And 3 and a green is tap, search your library for a scroll card, reveal it, and put it into your hand and then shuffle.
Oh yeah, and it tutors,
good.
by the way.
Yeah, and it tutors. Whoa. I mean, if you're in Swirls, this is an A+.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is probably an A plus, just straight up. It's like it doesn't have the power of like an A plus, so it's hard to say. It depends what you mean by A plus. Like,
No, A plus in the squirrel deck, the way this works with the other squirrels and like just the ability to like do this. Like also if you ramp with that other one that we just saw into this and can just like pay a bunch of mana into each other to
yeah, ramp one rare into another rare. Yeah, no, you play this one first so that you can offspring the other one on 3.
that would be
triple
disgusting.
triple rampers, and then you're just fetching all the squirrels out of your deck and playing them. So funnily enough, I feel like the first and last abilities are really the only ones that matter, and the middle one is like super conditional, but could be the most powerful as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like an insane way to forage, like if you had multiple of the squirrels that create a food when they enter and leave the battlefield,
Yeah,
and had a way to like get that out and immediately.
it's black green uncommon, but I think it's more the raccoon squirrel duo that just makes one on ETB, the 2/2 for 2. That's the more common one, but that does set up. The problem is that's also 2, so it's like a little awkward because you can't play this and that both on turn 2. But I mean, another thing to think about is for whatever reason, Llanowar Elves is going to be legal in Standard. Which is maybe why they're pushing these 2 mana rampers, because like they're all just so much worse than Llanowar Elves.
Right.
Which I still am just like shocked they're putting that in Standard. It just blows my mind. I don't even know if it's legal in Pioneer. It probably is. Or like before that.
Can you play Chatterfang Standard?
No,
Was that like
Chatterfang was no, it was Modern Horizons 2.
Oh, okay.
So it's a modern card.
Modern only.
Yeah.
It doesn't get modern, does it?
I think there actually was some weird deck that like flirted with it, but no, not mainstream in any way. Yeah, I mean this could, to your point, like this could very well make a squirrel deck in a Standard or something. Like it's really good. Like you said, it's like A to A plus in limited, and it's not good enough in anything other than maybe Standard. I mean, Commander, it's fun, sure. Squirrels.
Yeah, yeah, squirrel deck, insane.
Auto include squirrels. Right. Is this me or you?
It's you.
All right. Valley Mightcaller, 1 green for a 1/1. It's crazy how small all the rares are. It's just so weird, right?
Yeah.
Which again, I feel like I'm so worried for Simic again, because what you're telling me is you're printing a bunch of rares that are 1-drops and 2-drops, but yet Simic is like the most dirtily we've maybe ever seen it be without a ton of ramp. This creature ramp, but it's like all at rare, or most of it's at rare.
This is pretty good though.
Okay, sorry, I'll stop ranting. It's a 1/1 for 1 trample frog warrior. Whenever another frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on it. Yeah, we've seen something like this. This is like kind of like Query and Dryad-y sort of stuff, but this just is 1 mana. I mean, sure, you're playing this all the time. This is like it's like a B plus.
I'm really gonna try to make these frogs work.
This is like a B plus to an A minus. Yeah, this is not dirtily, unlike the entire rest of the cards that it's similar
like,
to. Or
the blue-green draw card on ETB. That's an uncommon, right? That was an uncommon. So
the blue-green what? Draw card on ETB? No, that was a common.
Yeah.
The hybrid one, that was a common. Remember, all the hybrids were common. The 2-color ones were uncommons.
If I'm in Simic, I'm taking every one of those I can find.
Well, yeah. Of course. It's Elvish Visionary. You play like 6 of them if you can get your hands on them. That's obviously great with this. I'm kind of more like inclined to do the squirrel raccoon route with this than the frog rabbit route, just because that's the more stompy avenue, the rampy stompy avenue. But the fact that this does it all, like you're like I said, you're always taking this. It's like a B plus, A minus. It's a one drop.
Yeah.
Very good. I mean, like, if this is ever played on against you on turn 1, you're like, Lord.
Have mercy on me.
You will have gone first, and you have the uncommon red spell that pings it for 1 and draws. Huge.
That would be nuts.
And then your opponent's miserable. Oh, we've done it. We're to multicolored. Let's see if we get some big things in multicolored. I wonder how many multicolored there are, even. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I have no idea. Alright, Alania Divergent Storm. 3 blue and a red for an Otter Wizard 3/5. Whenever you cast a spell, if it's the first instant spell, the first sorcery spell, or the first Otter spell other than Alania you've cast this turn, you may have target opponent draw a card. If you do, copy that spell. You may choose new target for the copy.
So if you let them draw, you get to copy.
If you let them draw, you get to copy.
So it's gift. It's like gift without being gift. It's a perpetual gift giving, if you so wish.
I mean, this can just win you the game if you've got like enough synergy with prowess going on, right?
And this can happen multiple times a turn as well. Prowess is on cast, so it doesn't work with copies, I don't think, unless prowess specifically says it works with copies. I don't think it does. So yeah, I don't think this has huge synergy.
How do copies work, like with their triggers, like when one enters play?
What do you mean enters play? If your copy, so a copy just like appears on the stack, it doesn't get cast. It just like appears on the stack. A permanent copy functions just like a permanent token when it comes into play. So yeah, copying otters is the best thing and probably the most worth giving your opponent a card. But I mean, also copying, game-changing removal can be worth giving your opponent a card. The reason it has weird templating, it took me a while to get this, is the fact that it says, or the first otter spell other than Alania you've cast this turn. I was like, why would it say that? Because Alania can't see itself when you're casting. And the reason it says that is that you can cast an otter after Alania and immediately copy it. So for whatever reason, they were like, if they have 9 mana, we want them to be able to, 8 mana, we want them to be able to take advantage of it immediately.
Yeah. That's something I'm thinking about.
What is this, like a B? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a B.
Is it worse?
B to B plus.
It's a 3/5 for 5.
It's a 3/5 for 5.
Is it a C?
When it comes down.
Is it a C plus? Is it a C?
Might be a C plus.
Is it
I
a
hate
C?
to do that to it.
It's 2 colors. It's 2 colors. It might be a C. It might be a C. I don't know.
I don't like it.
We've bounced all around here. I'll give it a C plus to a B minus. What if what if what you're copying is cantripping for yourself? Like, because again, we've talked.
It depends on your deck. Like if you have some there are some big blue spells. Like if you can do something crazy with this deck, maybe this gets better. But
sure,
I think in general it's mid. Especially considering the other things we've seen at 5.
Well, here's a good thought exercise. As we've mentioned multiple times now, there's all these 1-drop cantrips, right? There's a blue and red both have a 1-cost cantrip. Do you copy the cantrip? So your option is, right, I draw 1, you draw nothing, or I draw 2, you draw nothing, or you draw 1.
Right. Yeah, maybe. Maybe
you're
playing this on 6 and immediately doing that.
Or just in general, because since you. Like, my thought process here is that if you have a lot of cheap spells, more than your opponent, you would rather draw more cards than your opponent because you can, like, cycle through your deck faster. And there is, like, that ridiculous red instant fight spell, right? Like, that's obviously worth copying.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe this is like a C plus to B minus, but you need a bunch of, like, cheap spells. And... Otters would
minus for it.
We got there. Balin the Haymaker.
This card.
Red, green, white. A wedge. See, I said this in the other set, and people didn't like it, that we were going to start seeing 3-color commanders randomly in every set, even though the set has nothing to do with 3 colors, really. Although, this set a little more than each, because I feel like the creature pairs are like kind of 3-color wedge-ish, like mechanically.
Yeah, they are.
But not color-wise. Like, this is a rabbit that's in 3 colors, which is kind of weird. Anyway, it's a 4/3 for Naya. And you can tap 2 untapped tokens you control, which can be food, to add a mana of any color, or can be treasures for commander, which this is clearly intended for. Tap 3 untapped tokens you control to draw. Tap 4 untapped tokens you control to put 3 1/1 counters on it, and it gains trample until end of turn. Are we trying to splash for this in limited? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Like, this is like huge. Like, we know all. So red actually not good at making tokens really at all from what we've seen, right? Like, there's just a few offspring,
right?
But no, like there's this is very much not a goblin set. Green and white are obviously just overflowing in it. So
if you're blessed enough to on turn 3 play the spell that creates 3 1/1s and then play this on 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's big. Well, so interestingly, you can do it the other way around, as well.
Oh,
because
even though they have summoning sickness.
Because this is tapping them. This is using them.
On them.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. That's the cool little Magic 201 trick. Yeah. Now you're a Magic player.
That's broken.
Yeah. So yeah, you could like immediately tap them to draw a card, for instance. Yeah, I mean, this is hard. Obviously, if it was easy to cast, this would be entirely broken in A+. It's obviously not at all easy to cast. To your point, it is more likely you actually do play this on 4 just because of the mana. So this is like what, like a B+, probably, even with the hard mana.
Yeah.
I like it though. It's neat.
I mean, I want to be in rabbits.
Obviously. This is really cool in Commander. Let's be real. I mean.
Oh! I think I'm building this.
Tap 3 treasures. Draw.
I have like a full token suite that I'm just not using on anything.
Yeah. Tapping 3 treasures to draw is some pretty wild text.
Yes.
And so here's another interesting thing, which I'm sure they did intentionally. It allows it to become an infinite treasure kill condition as well, just in itself. Like, in every way. So, like, normally... So, the fact that this really loves tokens, but then if you're able to do any infinite treasure combo, right? Like your Temur Sabertooth and your nonsense with Dockside... Like, this draws your entire deck and gets infinitely big. So, like, it is... It is in everything that you actually want. This is, like, the most slam dunk, I'm trying to go infinite on tokens commander everything. Like, it just wins the game immediately if you're able to do the thing. So, this is, like, kind of CEDH-y, to be honest to me. Obviously, in Temur Sabertooth and, Dockside colors. I wonder if they threw red in it for Dockside. This didn't have to be red.
No.
Like, what if this was like
easily pencilized, yeah.
White, green? Still make it hard to cast.
Well, Commander, we already.
Yeah, I'm saying, but like, it feels kind of silly to intentionally allow this commander to use Dockside. Really feels like you're trying to get into CEDH territory. All right, you're good.
Camellia the Seed Miser, 1 red and green for a Squirrel Warlock 3/3. It's a menace. Other squirrels you control have menace.
Ooh.
Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more foods, create a 1/1 squirrel creature token, and pay 2, no tapping, to forage. and it puts a 1/1 on each squirrel you control.
Which includes the
So,
one that you get for foraging, because foraging is part of the cost. So
and itself. Oh, other. It is other squirrel.
it is other.
Yeah.
This is a great Squirrel Lord.
Oh my goodness, yes.
This is an A in limited, A to A minus.
Yeah, I agree.
In limited.
It's,
Yeah, and it's like squirrels out of 10 and anything else. I don't think it's constructed playable, but like, again, if you're doing the new squirrel thing in Commander, I don't see why you're not doing this, really.
pretty chill about it.
I guess you need to also care about foods in order for this to kind of do anything. It gives all your squirrels menace. I mean, that's good enough, probably. Yeah, that's good. Oh, here we go, Simic again. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Let's see how grindy this is. Clement the Werrywart. 1 green blue for a legendary creature frog druid at rare. Vigilance 3/3. Whenever Clement the Werrywart or another creature you control enters, return up to 1 target creature you control with lesser mana value to its owner's hand. Frogs you control have tap, add blue or green. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell. That's my mystical frog voice, I guess. It's a have to, right? You have to bounce something. Oh, it's up to. It's up to. So you don't have to bounce. So it's a 3/3 vigilance that ramps.
Yeah.
And lets all your frogs ramp. This is what you need to build Simic.
Yeah.
This is it. You need this.
I would love to see it.
This lets you start dirtling fast enough to do things for value and have not died already. Turning your Elvish Visionary into a ramper is pretty sick. Because, like, your frogs in play can immediately use this, right?
For sure.
They can immediately start ramping you. So, like, you have a frog on 1 and the Visionary on 2, and then this on 3. You can then play something else for 2. And it can bounce your Visionary. Oh, this is cool. You want to know something cool? Check this out. So, pie in the sky here. If you frog on 1, which I think that, again, that 0/3 with the 1/1 counter, I think that was a frog. Maybe not. Maybe that was a squirrel or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's just say there's a good frog on 1, and then you play the frog Elvish Visionary on 2. On 3, you play this. You put its bounce on the stack, targeting your frog, and you can still tap that frog for mana, the Visionary. Right? Because it's in play, so it gives it the ability, so you can pull the mana. And then also tap the 1 to pull the mana, and then replay the Visionary again to draw a card. That would be...
That's pretty cool.
That would be what everyone wants to do. That's the dream. So yeah, I think this is like an A minus to an A as well, I'd say, right? Maybe just a straight up A.
Yeah. I caution to say that because it's Simic, and I'm gonna have to see this actually work.
Oh, it could be unplayable because it's Simic. Don't get me wrong, but on the surface,
it itself seems really cool.
Yeah, because it's a 3/3 vigilance ramper that can bounce something you control. And it does it whenever any other creature enters. So it has to be lesser mana value. But yeah, this is the dream for Simic. This might literally be the only way that Simic works. This guy, the only way it works. It does everything Simic wants, all of it, right here in this set. The bouncing, the ramp, everything. All right.
So we're on to Dream Dew Entrancer, 2 green and a blue for a Frog Wizard 3/4. Has reach, and whenever Dream Dew Entrancer enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put 3 stun counters on it. If you control that creature, draw 2 cards, and it's a 3/4. So a 3/4 reach is cool. This is obviously defensive, but this is once again just another enabler, because you put 3 stun counters on a creature of yours and then bounce it. Is the idea.
I mean, this is also what this is also exactly what Simic needs. So I guess you just have to hit the rares to be in Simic. because this keeps you from dying in the air, slows down your opponent, but then if you've already done that thing and you start needing the payoffs, then you stun your own thing. Exactly like you said. It'd probably just bounce it. Yeah, so this is like a B plus to an A minus. Probably an A minus.
Yeah.
It's just held back by
really
being
like
Simic. Just force it, baby. Let's just pack one, pick one, a Simic rare, and just all in it. That's how you get into Simic. That's how you get into Simic. Right. Phineas, Ace Archer, a Selesnya, a green and a white for a legendary creature, Rabbit Archer. It's a 2/2, Vigilance Reach. All right. When it attacks, it gets a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. That's a token or a rabbit. Then, if creatures you control have total power 10 or greater, draw a card. So this character wants you to play combat tricks so bad to allow it to attack and stay alive. Because this can easy run away with the game. Right? Again, this man, we've said it so many times, but those 3 rabbits for 3 are just, it's going to be nuts. Right? Like this card, 1/1 counter on all of them, like good night.
You're attacking turn 4, so you have, mana up.
No. You're attacking turn 3 because you play this on 2. You play that on 3. You attack on 3. You immediately attack.
And you don't even care if you lose this.
Yeah, you're probably trading if you win first. They have a 2 drop. Yeah, but you just made 3 2/2s. But yeah, if you can keep it alive, so that's where it gets weird, right? Like, what if you do have a good combat trick? You played this on 2, and you play the rabbits on 3. You're like, because just like think even in the late game, it's not that hard. Okay, so let's do some quick math. Let's say you do 2, 3, and then let's say on 4. We have to look up I have to look up this white common. Like, I have to know if this white common costs 3 or 4 to go all in. Because if this white common costs 3, it's ridiculous. You remember the one that I've been like...
Yeah, the one you've been referencing.
Trying to reference a billion times. Okay, it costs 4 all in. This card is ridiculous. Calling it here. This card... which I've referenced a few times, which right now I'm cutting off the screen, but Intrepid Rabbit, I guess I need to go back to it because you can't even see it. This card.
Yes, yeah.
It's absurd. For 4 mana, you get a 3/2 and a 1/1, and they both pump something that turn, so +2/+2. So let's talk about that in context with this. Phineas on 2, you make the 3 1/1s on 3, right? You don't attack with Phineas. On turn 4, you play that. You give Phineas +2/+2. You now have... Yeah, so now you have 2, 3, 4, 5. Then that was 3 power and 1 power. So that's 4, 9. And then Phineas, or the pumps from that, make it 10, 11. And that's even before you put a counter on everything. So you're way overdrawing a card. And your whole team's massive. But, I mean, that's not the only thing that makes Intrepid Rabbit broken. I mean, that's just an example of... This card is ridiculous, I think.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Alright. Phineas is great. This is an A.
Yeah, this is an A.
You might have to do a little work for it
to do this.
You might have to do a little work for it to truly win you the game, but as we just described, not much. Heck, just play one of these on 3 and one of these on 4. You play it on 3 to pump... Imagine you go first. You just play one of them without Offspring on 3 so that Phineas can get in there. Pumps the 3/2. The next turn you play one with Offspring, and you're drawing a card, and they're all huge. Silly.
You have a point.
Yep.
Alright, Gev, the Scaled Scorcher. Black-red legendary creature. Lizard Mercenary. It's a 3/2. Has Ward pay 2 life. Other creatures you control enter with an additional 1/1 counter on them for each opponent who lost life this turn. Whenever you cast a Lizard spell, Gev Scaled Scorch does 1 damage to target opponent.
More pingers.
More pingers, and if you want to get rid of it, you have to ping yourself.
Yeah, 2 life.
That ain't nothing with all this other ping we've seen in black-red.
An additional for each opponent who lost life. Okay, at first I was reading it like for each life an opponent lost, and I was like, that can't be right. That's so broken.
Yeah.
But it is still each opponent who lost life. So like in Commander, if you're able to like drain everyone passively,
Yeah.
getting +3/+3 on tokens or sorry counters on each creature you cast.
Yeah.
But obviously that's not exact. Oh, notice also how this works. The cast trigger goes off first, right? So in limited or 1v1, your lizard is always coming in play with a 1/1 counter. Because this pings it to trigger the first clause.
Yes. Interesting.
Yeah, so this is really strong. This is really strong for lizards. Yeah, this is also like, again, I'm kind of underwhelmed with red black, I guess, from what I've seen. Maybe I'm just way off. It just hasn't excited me as much, and I think we've both been a little down on lizards, but this
is pretty good.
This is really good. This is like it's like an A. It feels like an A- to an A.
It's gonna hurt you fast.
Yeah, it pings your opponent all the time, and it makes all your stuff bigger, and it's hard to deal with, and is aggressively costed. It's just hard to cast. Maybe it's an A- because it's like hard to cast, and you really do want to cast it early.
Yeah.
You know, I never did fully fit it. So the 2 commander decks I have still like 80% built are the Allurin one, which this has bounce stuff for, and the Pinger one. And the only reason I haven't finished the Pinger one is because I keep going back and forth between just red-blue or red-blue-black, right? Which the main reason to play black is Orcish Bowmasters.
Yes.
In the Pinger deck. But this is also a pretty good reason, I guess. Although I'm not playing a bunch of lizards. Maybe I am now, because of all the pinging. Alright.
Nice.
Glarb Calamity's Augur. I get... You know, there's actually a chance that this is, like, good in Standard if lizards can get there, because it's just that. Like, it's so aggressive. Sorry.
Well, it's committing crime. I mean, this with...
crimes, yeah. Crimes all over the place.
Crimes.
Oh, like you said,
crime.
Oh, this is... What's his name, a lizard?
Mad Jim Jasper. Jim Jasper.
Mad Jim Laughing Jasper, isn't it?
Oh, laughing? Either way.
He's
laughing and mad.
He's a mad... The Mad Hatter Laughing Jasper. Yeah. Gev into Jasper. Thanks for playing. Yeah, that's gotta be. Someone's gotta give that a look in Standard. We'll give it a look in Standard. Come back to the channel.
Yeah.
Gev into Laughing Jasper. Yeah, Laughing Jasper Flint. Pretty sure that's it.
Laughing Jasper Flint, for sure.
Glarb, which was my favorite card from that set. Glarb Calamity's Augur. Black, green, blue. What are the name? What's the name of that wedge? I can't remember that one. Yeah. Black, green, blue for a frog wizard noble, straight chillin'. Legendary 2/4 Death Touch. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. Future sight. You may play lands and cast spells with mana value 4 or greater from the top of your library, and it just straight up taps to Surveil 2. Wasn't there something else that's just like straight up tap to Surveil in this, or am I actually thinking of this? I know I've seen this before. I mean, this is so hard to cast. I feel like
this is difficult to cast. I'm splashing for it. I mean, there's if you're in green, there's plenty of ways to get mana between the like rampers as well as the fact that you have artifacts.
I feel like you're probably splashing blue if you are splashing this, because black also does like the graveyard stuff, and maybe you can even like mill and recur this or something.
I would do this in frogs.
I'm not sure I'm splashing black in frogs, but anyway. That aside,
this is the only black card.
I would give this a B to B minus, just because I feel like it's hard to play, and it doesn't like do anything immediately. But
Not
it will
winning the game for free for you.
It will very quickly. Like the way that Surveil combos with its future sight is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, because you can tap this before you draw your turn, correct?
Well, yes, but you also don't even need to do that. You can just so like you draw for turn. If the top card's not a land, but you want it to be a land, you just look at the top two. If none of them is a land, you just bend them both, right? So you play the land off the top, and then a spell. I mean, it fills up your graveyard really fast. This thing will get you to threshold in a hurry.
Yeah.
Um, I think this is legit pretty cool in Commander as well, just because
I
of how
agree.
good that is together. I'm not sure we've ever seen anything that just surveils for basically free like this. But yeah, I think this is like a B minus. I'm not sure how hard this is to cast is exactly worth its payoff, but maybe it is. If this was easy to cast, it's an easy A, but
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
Helga.
absolutely. Helga, Skittish Seer, green, white, and blue for a Frog Druid 1/3. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4 or greater, you draw a card, gain a life, and put a 1/1 counter on Helga. Tap to add X mana of any color, where X is Helga Skittish Seer's power. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells with mana value 4 or greater, or creature spells with X in their mana cost. So,
So many words to care about 4 mana or greater.
yeah,
So it taps for 1 mana of any color initially, but whenever you and it's a cash trigger, you draw, gain life, and this gets bigger, and then it's able to ramp more. But
yeah,
its ramp can only be used on mana value 4 or greater, or creature spells with X.
yes.
Also hard to cast.
Not worth.
Yeah. I mean, just draw a card every time you cast something. But how many things can you really have in your deck with mana value 4 or
Does
greater in
Offspring
such a small
does
set?
Offspring count towards it? Towards the mana value?
No, it doesn't. I don't. No, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
no. Then this
I
is
don't think so.
a D. You're never playing it because there's no reason to.
Yeah, I just don't think there's really enough big stuff in this set to even really
No.
play this. I don't know. I would still give this. Yeah, I would not try to do this, but if somehow you have a bunch of fixing, which we really haven't seen, this would probably play like a B minus as well. I would be higher if there were just more expensive things to play. Speaking of hugs, Grizzly Guard. Well, I guess we should also be briefly talking about all these in Commander. This is a pretty good Commander.
Yeah. I think this is going to be an interesting commander for sure.
This
Like to see it.
can start doing a lot of mana. I guess the negative is right when it dies, it loses its counters, and then it's like not producing a lot of mana.
Yeah.
But it'd be a pretty cool commander. Hugs Grizzly Guardian. I'm pretty sure this card is broken if I remember correctly. X
Yeah.
red green for a legendary creature Badger Warrior. So both hard to cast and very expensive for a 5/5 trample. What does it do? When Hugs Grizzly Guardian enters, exile the top X cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may play those cards. You may play an
Your
additional
next
land
turn. End of your next turn.
until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Yeah,
Very good.
so just straight up, this lets you play an additional land, and it kind of reads like a 5/5 for 5 draw card, right? That's kind of its floor. I
Yeah.
guess you could pay this for 4. In limited, you're not really ever playing this for 4. I'm not risking
No.
them having the 1 in a black, uncommon removal spell to get rid of this immediately, or like the
Yeah.
5 mana red one. Because with you getting it until the end of your next turn and being able to play a land immediately, it's basically draw a card. It's like just straight up draw a card. And then the best case scenario, right, is like it's turn 7 and you're like draw 3.
Yeah. Draw 3. That's nuts.
Um I think this could actually have legs in standard, and and maybe even something else because of the additional land. Like, it actually kind of, like, works well. Even though it is legendary, it kind of works well in multiples. Because, like, the first one lets you dump your hand into the second one. Like, they have to deal with this. It's a 5/5 trample. But even if they don't, like, the second one's drawing you 4 or something, effectively, right? Like,
Right.
it feels like a really strong high end in an aggressive beater deck. Like, everything else is lower than this. And then this is just, like, the unending high-end barrage. But yeah, this is, like, it's hard to, you obviously have to be in Gruul to at all consider playing this and nothing else. But if you are, this is like an A. This is an A to me. But I would knock it down to, like, an A-, maybe even a B+, just because it is so heavy Gruul.
Fair.
So, like, I guess we get a lot of packs are going to have multiple rares now. So there's actually interesting pack one, pick one decisions, right? Where you, like, open this and another rare. Like, the other rare is obviously less powerful than this, but is in one color. Like, would you take this or one of, like, the rare mana rampers? The squirrel. Would you take this or, like,
Probably this? This is such a bomb.
You would take this over the squirrel mana ramper?
I'm not saying it's better.
Pack one, pick one. Oh, just for
fun. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, fair.
Is the squirrel better? And in general, yes.
Yeah. The squirrel is going to lead to you winning more games because it smooths out everything.
Yes.
This is more exciting, though, certainly, and it's like crushing the skeleton of something out of Malice. And its name is Hugs.
Yeah. Well, in the story, it's a necromancer's risen skeletons.
I see. Pretty cool. Ooh, infamy.
Yes, the infamous Cruel Claw, 1 black and a red for a Weasel Mercenary 3/3 has menace. Whenever the infamous Cruel Claw deals combat damage to a player, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost. This is...
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that say? What? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, not in limited, ironically. It's okay in limited.
This is going to be interesting in Commander.
I think this could be interested in constructed, like Shieldred. Oh, I hit Shieldred, I'll discard whatever, a removal spell, free. No, non-land. It's non-land. If it was land, it would be truly broken. I was going to say I don't care about what it says, but then I got distracted by how good it was. This is your spirit animal, and you need to cosplay this. This is you.
Hilarious.
An infamously cruel weasel.
Yes, I'll get you. My blade dipped in poison. You beware.
The infamous Cruel Claw. I love this card, man. This is the Laughing Jasper of this one. Same mana cost, roughly the same, kind of the same thing. This is very Jasper Flint of it. In limited, it's a 3/3 menace for 3 with, like, some marginal upside. I mean, I would say the negative is, like, you're exiling quite a few cards here. And then action. So, like, if you don't want to discard a card, you're exiling action, off the top of your deck, and not getting it. Yeah, I really don't know how good this is in limited. What is this, like a B-? A B?
I think it's a C+, probably.
C+? I'll give it a B-.
There's so much small stuff in this set. Like, the likelihood of you hitting anything, like, better than what's in your hand isn't going to be as high, I don't feel, as normal.
I want to have this in my pre-release. It just, like, as a joke, just, like, somehow, like, sleight of hand Eldrazi onto the top of the deck. It'd be like, it's Modern Horizons 3. I'll be like, I don't know. It was in the pack. What do you want from me?
Silly wizards.
Yeah, and then I will be banned from the store. Alright. Castrel the Wind-Crested. 3 white blue for a 4/5 legendary creature, bird scout, flying. Whenever one or more birds you control deal combat damage to a player, choose one. You may put a bird creature card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Okay. Put a 1/1 counter on each bird you control, or draw a card. So once again, this can trigger immediately when you play it, because it can be some other bird that you have. It is a 4/5 flying for 5, which is really good. And everything else it does is good too.
Yeah.
Bringing birds back. I mean, you're gonna hate to see your opponent play this. That's for sure.
I mean, this seems very good.
Yeah, this is just an A. It's probably just an A, right?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, getting birds back. I don't imagine you're putting bird creature cards from your hand into the battlefield. I mean, it is cheating mana significantly, but you're not cheating cards. So graveyard is much better. Like, are you ever putting it from your hand into play rather than just like drawing a card? I guess if you have a ton of cards.
Aggressive, absolutely, yeah. Because next turn you can just draw a card.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think it's an A.
Yeah.
But I don't see it having legs in like anything else.
No. I think it's just very strong and limited.
Unless you have a commander deck that's for the birds. Come on, it's the set. The set's punny. I'm punny. Alright.
On to enchantments.
No, we're still just multicolored.
Okay, yeah. Lunar Convocation. White and a black for an enchantment at the beginning of your end step. If you gain life this turn, each opponent loses 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life and lost life this turn, create a 1/1 back creature token flying. And if you pay 1 in a black, you can pay 2 and draw a card. And that's instant, no tapping.
That's true. So this is a lot going on. So if you gain, they lose. If you gain and lost, you get a 1/1. Are we doing this in limited?
I'm doing this in limited. There's so many bats that did one or the other, or both, at the same time.
So ironically, what you really need for this is something to gain life, which I do agree that bats did. Bats did more you gaining than your opponent's losing life, because combat does that, obviously.
There's a lot of drainers.
But this also helps you lose life. So it does the second part, which is the harder part by itself. That's not a great rate. 2 mana and a life to draw a card. The 2 mana
otherwise
hurts. 1 mana and I'd be like, But like this isn't doing much for a while. I don't know. I would give this like a build around C+.
Yeah, I don't think it's like extremely good, but I'm excited to see this if I'm in a bad stack.
I mean, it's one of those things like this is where I'll get the comments be like, "Are you crazy? Like you do this and that?" Yeah, like this thing can certainly play like an A if you have the entire engine built around it, right? Where you don't care about life and you're making all the creatures. No.
Yeah,
but
like whenever you like, this would be super cool to be able to play turn like 5 or 6, and you already have everything else.
Yeah, but then there's going to be the games where you have this in your hand and your opponent's like, rabbit, and you're going to be like, oh, great card. Yeah, so I'm not trying it. I'll let you try.
Boy.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
yes.
You got it. The payoff.
Mabel. Heir to Cragflame. 1 red, white for a mouse soldier, our heroine. Heroine?
Definitely our heroine.
It's a legendary creature, mouse soldier, at rare, not mythic. 3/3. So you're going to see Mabel. It's a 3/3. Other mice you control get +1/+1. Good luck, everybody. We've seen like that on like 3 cards. When Mabel, heir to Cragflame, enters, create Cragflame, what she is an heir to. A legendary colorless artifact equipment token with equipped creature gains +1/+1 and has vigilance, trample, and haste. It equips for 2. So we have a 3/3 for 3 that is a mouse lord that just leaves Cragflame for her or anyone else to equip. That's just a good equipment.
And trigger their Valiant.
Yeah, and triggers Valiant. Yeah, that's also a great point because we are very much in the Valiant colors. Equip 2 is a little high for what it's giving you, but I mean, what it's giving you is quite good.
This is so good.
I kind of wish it was like +2/+2 and didn't have the haste part. Because like equip 2 and haste is like very late gamey relevant. You know, once I have 6 mana, I start caring about that.
I actually disagree because there's so many strong mice. Like if you're getting in and hitting face, and this came down on 3, and you have some, there's definitely like a rare 2-cost mouse, or a couple of them with Valiant, where you're giving them haste immediately on 4, just giving a 2/2 haste on 4 with this could be really nuts. Because then there's the one that gives like other mice double strike, and it was like
it gives a mouse. It gives a mouse double strike.
Could be itself. I'm pretty sure
it can be itself. Yes, it can definitely be itself. Yeah. That was the one that had offspring as well.
That was a 2/2. So that
it was a 1/2. Maybe. It was a 1/2.
1/2. Oh, you're right. That would be pretty strong.
It was a 1/2 with offspring.
That comes down and is a 3/4 double striker.
It'd be a 2/3.
But it would also have.
Oh, but it also gets +1/+1.
Mabel.
If Mabel is there, certainly. I was just thinking of the equipment. Yeah, I guess it is actually. I said I wish it was +2/+2. What you just showed me is it is actually +2/+2 for mice.
Yeah.
Because of Mabel herself. They combine to be truly great. But I was thinking, of course, more that red-white hybrid common, the 3/4 when it gets Valiant, you get First Strike and Scry. Like that with this is just absurd, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because that is then a 6/6 Vigilance, Trample, Haste, First Strike that scries. All right. So yeah, this is a slam dunk A to A+. It's great. Leaving over the equipment is just awesome. It's just awesome. Does not die to removal entirely.
Moira, Trash Tactician. 1 red and a green for a Raccoon Warrior 2/4. At the beginning of your first main phase, add red-green for each raccoon you control. Whenever you expend 4, you gain 3 life. When you expend 8, exile the top 2 cards of your library until end of your next turn. You may play those cards.
I feel like we've seen very little expend.
We've seen some expend.
I feel like expend and forge
we
haven't seen that much about. Yeah, I don't think we've seen
expend is the least, but
yeah. So it gives you. So I saw someone was complaining about the templating of this. I saw on Twitter where like your first main phase technically only occurs on your first turn of the entire game because it doesn't specify.
Oh, first main phase.
Yeah, the beginning of your first main phase each turn, which feels nitpicky, but I guess if you're a Magic rules warrior, you care about that sort of stuff. But yes, so this seems great. It does make you play first main phase.
Sure.
But and it's until the end of your next turn, right? So like that impulse draw is legit. You do have to spend 8 mana, which is like kind of realistic if you get to 6 mana and this is ramping you 2. Or I guess you could say real, pie in the sky, you get to 5 mana and this is ramping you 3. And you can spend exactly 8. That would be pretty wacky. But how strong do you think this is? This is like a B+.
It's a B plus.
B plus.
It seems very, very good though.
Yeah, it's like defensive, but it ramps you. It's a defensive card, right? Like this, that
Yeah.
that actually makes me like a little lower on it because like I would think these are the aggressive colors. This helps you be aggressive, but it itself is very defensive.
But I think that's fine because if it's coming down on 3, it's
Yeah,
going to be a good blocker.
it helps you against aggro. It lets you see your high end materialize while not dying to aggro at all. So yeah, B plus. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, this can realistically give you 6 mana a turn.
You can take Ral. I know you want Ral. Take it.
Yes. Ral. Crackling Wit. 2 blue and a red. It has 4 loyalty when it enters. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter on Ral. So we've definitely seen this before, right? With other planeswalkers.
I don't think so. I don't think just straight up non-creature spell.
Because that's easy to do.
Yep, Mishra's Bauble.
Yep. So create a 1/1 blue-red otter creature token with prowess, +1. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards, or it's -3. And draw 3 cards, you get an emblem with instant sorcery spells you cast have Swarm. This is cool.
Yeah.
I really like this.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty easy to ult it.
It is. I also think it's pretty easy to ult it. I mean, it's kind of what you want in a planeswalker. It protects. It goes up to 5 loyalty, which is already hard to kill, and it produces a blocker, so it's excessively hard to kill.
Yeah.
And then it's +1. It's +1 is what makes the blocker. It's not even a 0. And then just casting spells makes it even bigger. So yeah, to your point, you can definitely get to its ultimate like more realistically than almost any limited planeswalker I've seen. Again, all the 1-cost cantrips that we've seen are going to flow into this. The question is, are you not just drawing 3 and discarding 2 like more often than you're getting to the... Yeah, like you could do it. I'm not suggesting you do it immediately. Although you do go up a card, which effectively replaces this, and that's a ton of filtering.
I think that maybe depends on your game state.
Yeah, it does for sure. Like, it's a neat fail case, though.
If you're not churning through your deck with otters, you're not going to win the game anyway. So, like, I want to play this later when I could probably, like, give it some extra points or have a board already.
I mean, 4 mana is a lot. But I wonder if this is like almost powerful enough for older formats like Modern, because of what we just said. I mean, maybe not Modern anymore, but maybe like Pioneer. So what we just said, I mean, I guess it would need to be something that has access to like Mishra's Bauble, because like the fact that you can -3 it to go up a card, filter your hand substantially, and still have this in play, potentially at even more than 1 loyalty if you can get, you know, 0 cost stuff into play. Yeah, I mean, I think that
this like Seething Song and like things where you can like ramp this out and start immediately doing spells. Like maybe there's a way in Pioneer to do that. I don't know what.
I don't think Seething Song is legal in
Pioneer.
Yeah. This card's it's an A+ in limited, and it does seem like one of the stronger planeswalkers.
Yeah.
The -10 supposedly wins you the game. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, right.
It's cool. Heck, the 1/1 otters can win you the game. Alright. Vren the Relentless. 2 a black and a blue for a 3/4 Rat Rogue legendary with Ward 2. And if a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. Alright. At the beginning of each end step, create X 1/1 black rat creature tokens. With this creature gets +1/+1 for each other rat you control, so relentless rats, where X is the number of creatures your opponents controlled that were exiled this turn. So whenever something of your opponent dies, you get a 1/1 that grows for each... Oh, it's at least a 2/2 because you have this rat as well. This is an A.
This is an A.
Maybe even an A+. I mean, this is extremely frightening. The fact that there's that 2 cost...
Is this an A+?
Yeah, it could be.
If they don't remove it immediately...
And it has Ward 2.
By the end of their turn, this is a 3/4 that's made 2/2/2s.
Yeah, and God forbid you actually play other rats. Because the messed up thing is like the rats that this thing leaves behind, even if and when your opponent deals with it, still scale off
Still
your other
have that tech.
rats. They still
Yes,
scale off the
yes.
other damn rats. So yeah, like the misery situation is if your opponent has this in like 2 of the uncommon, unconditional black removal spells for 2, and you're just like, oh, whatever.
This is
Um,
this is getting me to play rats. This is an A
oh yeah.
plus.
Oh, you think it's an A plus? All right. I agree with you. I'm just for some reason down on Demir. I've just had like white.
No, I think the mirror is bad, but I'm saying like this
Yeah.
is nuts.
I'm a white
Like
homer.
rare.
I'm a plains homer, and I've seen so much good white just rammed into my mind.
Yeah.
Right. Wait. Well, I guess another. I mean, rat commanders. It's like relentless rats on crack is pretty cool, but yeah, I don't. Is this good enough in other things? I mean, black plays removal in all constructed formats. This thing doesn't die to a fart. Like, it takes a little bit to kill it. It's difficult to deal with this thing efficiently. And, like, it leaves behind actual threats. I mean, that could be actual threat. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
Right.
Calamity.
Oh, you also get all of these.
Yes, they're mine. 3 black and a green for an elemental cat 6/6. Wards sacrifice a food. Other creatures are food artifacts in addition to their other types and have pay to sacrifice them.
It's a food.
It's a food. Whenever a food is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put 2/1/1 counters on Yagara. So
it basically says red ain't killing this because every time you target it, it is getting bigger.
yes.
Because you have to sacrifice a food, which is a creature, probably if you're red, because you're not getting food any other way unless you're red-green.
Yeah. This
Black
is
deals with it.
A plus.
Yeah, I think this is probably an A plus. I think it's an A because it doesn't have any evasion. You can just not target this, and
Yeah, for sure.
you can sacrifice your rabbits to it as chump blockers. Like, it's on the card. The art tells you what's going to happen. It is either... You are either literally throwing your rabbits at it in order to kill it with targeted removal, or your rabbits are slowing it down by letting it devour them through chump blocks. Sweet bun.
Yeah, but like, you literally cannot block this because the first time something dies, it's going to get bigger before the second blocker, right? Hits.
No, you just chump it. You just keep chump. It has no evasion, so you just keep chumping it.
Yeah.
You
I
just
get what
yeah.
you're saying.
It does.
Infinitely jump it.
It does keep getting bigger. To your points, if they give this thing trample, which we have seen ways to do, then you lose. That stupid 1 green trample indestructible +3/+3 and hexproof whatever, a whole cake. Yeah, I think this is still an A though. I mean, it's miserable to deal with. That is your only recourse is chump block and pray they don't give it trample. That's it.
Literally.
Right. Zoraline. Cosmos Collar. Cute little bats. 1 white and black for a 3/3 flying vigilance bat cleric or rare. That's a stat line. 3/3 flying vigilance for 3. Whenever a bat you control attacks, you gain 1 life. Oh, this is better than the common. I'll tell you that. The common was a 2/3 for this same mana cost flying that when it attacks, you gain a life.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Whenever Zoraline enters or attacks, you may pay white, black, and 2 life. This is like kicker here. If you have 5 mana, you can kick it. When you do, return target non-land permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter. Wow. 3 or less. So it's cheating mana.
Yeah.
So it's kicker reanimate where you cheat a mana but you also pay 2 life for it. So it's like a Phyrexian mana. Well, this card's just cracked up and down. Like,
Yeah, this card's badass.
this is an A+. A to A.
A+.
I mean, A to A+. Because it also does it whenever it attacks. How do you beat... I mean, It dies to removal. That's how you beat this.
Yes,
The counter to it dying to removal is you just spend 5 on it and you reanimate something, and then you still are up a card at least.
There were a couple of birds with more than 3 attack, but not many. This makes you sad.
By the way, this does not say 1 or more bats. It just scales with bats, the life gain.
Yes.
So, like, this and the other bat, they both attack. You gain 3 total life, because this gains you 2, the other one gains you 1. Yeah. It is A to A+. What a push little bat flyer here. Goodness.
Yeah.
Again, almost seems good enough in standard. Almost seems good enough in, like, some sort of constructed. I mean...
Right. I mean, yeah, this is ridiculous.
You have to kill it immediately. Now we're basically done. See, I told you we didn't have that many cards.
Yeah.
Fable Passage. This is like a C+. Yep. I would say it's probably like a C+. C to C+. It's fine.
Okay, sure.
Why, you think it's worse? Better?
No. C+. If I am in 3 colors for some reason, this is an A.
Yeah. You needs it.
Yeah.
Fountain Port. Is it you or me? Who did this last one? It's you. It's you.
Yeah, it's me. Fountain Port. This card's something. Tap for colorless. Pay 2 and sacrifice a token. Draw a card. Pay 3 and tap it. Pay a life. Create a 1/1 fish creature token. 4 and tap it. Create a treasure token. So this card is obviously the most interesting for us.
For what?
I mean, this for other formats, I think. But this is very good and limited because it's just like a good fail safe. Most of the time, you're like.
It's colorless.
Yeah.
Where are you taking this in limited? Oh, no, I'll get you. Wait, I want to hear your grade on this.
Like, I think C+ to B-. That's
probably fair.
Just because like it's a lot of it's a lot of card for a land.
It is. It is literally draw a card for sacrificing food or rabbits.
It's like an artifact that you would pay 3 or pay like 2 to 3 for a lot of the time.
That's actually a really good point of comparison. Let's say this was an artifact that costs 2. Is it playable as an artifact that costs 2? Probably not.
But as a land...
Yeah, I mean, a land is much better than an artifact that costs 2. That's like an artifact that costs 0. If it's an artifact that costs 0... Well, an artifact that costs 0 is better than a land in some ways.
Yes, obviously. Eat a land drop.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get behind C+ on this. I would have to be pretty confident in my mana, but like, if I'm pretty confident in my mana, like you said, I mean, this draws you a card once, it's a B-. That's the question. Does it draw you a card once? If yes, it's a B-. The other 2 things, I'm really not in for. Although I will say the pay 3, pay a life, and make a 1/1 is probably going to win you a game at some time because your opponent doesn't realize you have a blocker, right?
Yeah.
They're like, this idiot, let me have lethal, and you're like...
And you're like, no...
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, C+, B-. 3 Tree City.
Have you seen this, Thomas?
I've not. So when it enters, choose a creature type.
Land.
Oh yeah, I have seen this. This is really bad Gaia's Cradle. So it taps to add a colorless, and then you can pay 2 and tap and choose a color, and add an amount of mana of that color equal to the number of creatures you control of the chosen type. So this card will be worth money because Gaia's Cradle is worth between $600 and $800 depending on the condition of it.
It is bad Gaia's Cradle, but it is still a very good card.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Gaia's
Cradle is insane.
In a purely typal deck, it is just a Gaia's Cradle with a discount of 3 mana.
4 mana.
3 discount, right? 2 lands and this.
Yes.
No, just 2 It's just a 2 discount. Because Gaia's Cradle didn't generate mana outside of tapping anyway. So yeah. It's but I mean, here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. The way that it's better than Gaia's Cradle, which is a loaded way to start a sentence, is this can be played in mono blue Merfolk. This can be played in elves in modern. It can be played in humans in modern. Like it, there already are some typal decks that have been borderline when you go back far enough, because you just have so many good things to choose from a single creature type.
Do you think this is a $30 card?
I do think it's a $30 card, yeah.
You think it's a $40
Oh,
card?
it's a rare, so it's probably like a $17 card. If it was a mythic, I would say, I would guess this is like $35, $36 if it's mythic. Since it's rare, it probably starts at 30 and falls to like 17 to 22.
I think this is the Beseiju of the set.
Yes. Which is 17 to 22.
No.
It was. Now it might be 30, but it was. Beseiju was for sure $20, like, when Kamigawa was at saturation.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is about to be a saturation. Yeah, does this end up creeping up to 30? Yeah, what is Beseiju now, even? Curious. Just base Beseiju.
26.
26. Yeah, I can see.
No. I'm sorry. 29.52 is the market price.
No, what's low? I don't care what market price is. What's low? 26?
25.
25?
25.84.
Yeah, so $26. Yeah, I could see this settling pretty close to that. I mean, I think Beseiju is probably better than this card. Like, it is ubiquitous in all formats. This is more narrow. I think this can also has a chance to be ubiquitous in all formats, except for formats where Gaia's Cradle is legal.
Right.
Well, I guess Gaia's Cradle is legal in Commander, but this is Gaia's Cradle number 2.
Yeah.
But it gives non-green decks access to Gaia's Cradle type effect. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this could definitely be. It can definitely settle close to 30 when it's all said and done. It's cool. Yeah. In limited, am I playing this? Probably not, but maybe. Like if I really get there on rabbits, it would have to me it would have to probably be rabbits specifically, or maybe mice. I'm not sure anything else consistently can go wide enough to make me think this is going substantially positive. Because like at three of one creature, it's mana neutral, right? Because you use it and 2 other lands. So once you get to 5, now we're kind of talking. Like this thing prints 2 extra mana. That's neat, but yeah. So like, what is this? Like a this is a third pack C. If you're heavily in one creature type, this is like a C.
Yeah.
But in real life, you're taking it for the money. All right. That does it. Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Now I have to edit all this and cut it up so much.
6 months.
I'm doing Lorcana review next.
Oh, good luck.
And then I don't even know what. Oh, the next Magic set is it's a dark set, right? It's like a dusk Hollow or something.
I'm dressing up for it. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for a horror set.
You said you're going emo. Yep. Alrighty. Bye.
Alright. Bye.